I notice our clock over there is a little bit off, isn't it?
That clock is on?
A little bit.
Apple says it's 6:12.
All right, I'm getting ready for council.
Awesome, though.
All right, Tyler, which one are you? Oh, you're not logged in. yet.
Mine's not logged in.
Okay, let me rename myself. Unique. Yeah. 6:30.
Yeah, this has got two people, a nurse person that just different in the city, hasn't even seen the house, but they drove by it. And they are working with a mortgage person, which shouldn't be a problem.
Oh, my goodness.
And the first people that looked at it texted and said that they were with the banker or something, and they were getting a mortgage, whatever thing too.
Yeah, Bridge.
And they were,
Mm-hmm.
no, it was like a property.
Yep.
And, yeah, and the second people liked it too.
I told you, it's gonna go quick.
The second people have been looking for something for quite a while in that price range. It has some land. If it would have had a shed on it or a building of some kind on it, they
Mhm.
would have bought it. So they liked it.
Well, they got plenty of room for a building.
Yeah, that's what he said. The building, I think, yeah. So, and the third person, this nurse person, I mean, just sent her the address of it, because she doesn't have a specific address on Facebook. So, sent her the address, and they drove by it, and they said, oh, it's right there. You know, 'cause and stuff. So they haven't even seen it yet, and they are getting it. Which won't be a problem at all, because they're renting right now. They just
Good.
came there and they're renting right now, but they want to see where they should live. And they realize what size town North Dallas.
Maybe not.
So we ran into Wells Fargo, Omaha, so she could,
Oh, you guys all went?
well, we ended up.
Yeah.
Look at you two, I'm up. Gotta put you in, yeah, you're not.
Yeah.
in.
I'm coming on right now.
Okay.
I'll just put myself in.
Okay.
Good. Hi, Mark.
Hi, Mayor.
Oh, okay.
It's not very warm out there yet.
Yeah, the sun is shining, the grass is greening up, but
It sure is.
at least the Huskers are gonna have fans in the stadium, huh?
Yeah, finally.
Are you gonna head down?
No, I never do.
Yeah.
It's just, you know, it's practice.
Yeah.
I see enough and never usually do. I have a son that does, and I have a brother that goes with his kids, and
Yeah.
they go every year.
Tailgate and all that good stuff, huh?
They do, you know. That's why most of his folks have going, having a good time.
Yeah. At least you know they're gonna win on the first.
Yeah, they bet.
Mr. Jensen?
How are we doing? How's Brad this evening?
I'm pretty good, how about you, Mark?
Good so far. happened to have the
Hi,
radio
Glenn.
on,
Evening.
happened to have the radio on the local channel coming in.
Yeah.
The Midland girls were playing. It was, they were up 12-2 in the bottom of the first.
Oh.
And hadn't finished batting yet.
Oh, my.
Yeah, I think they were playing the College St. Mary's, and they were going to a third pitching change, so.
Oh, jeez. Wow. I mean, even the other team's not so good, 12 runs in the first inning.
Maybe they won't have to play a whole game.
Yeah. Maybe. Hi, Vern.
Hey, guys. Weather's finally getting nice, huh?
Yeah.
Are we allowed to wear shorts at the council?
You could try it, I don't know.
Does anybody ever wear
Might
shorts?
run
at the
you out
council?
here.
I don't know. I don't know.
I think you can do whatever you want, Vern.
I guess you can. but-
Run to the desk. nobody will know.
Yeah.
Come early and leave late.
Brad, you said you wore shorts? Did you wear shorts?
I haven't, but I said you're behind the desk, so come early and leave late. Nobody
Oh,
will
yeah, that's the only good thing. There's no.
Kinda like
It was like the Zoom meeting.
That's right. There's no way to see it.
Mm-mm. Okay, so when we get to the minutes, we'll just receive this. Okay. Okay. Travis? Hopefully this format is good for future years then, huh? You got it. Yeah. Yeah. I think trying to do it all in a night was, but got done, so.
Did you have any, later people that signed up and said, oh, shoot, I forgot to send it in?
There's more people this year who transferred property, they sold the property, and so they're like, oh, the other person owns it, right? You know, they either sold it, person to pay it, or they bought it. So we're like, well, is it gonna be yours? It's not really, because
Nope.
once the city council approved it, it's like duck, duck, goose, you're stuck, you know? In your chair,
Yeah.
so.
Oh, yes. Actually, our league starts Thursday night. It's pretty early, but, so what now?
I know, it's kind of weird to see it empty, it's for sure.
I don't know what's going in there. Hmm? No, oh, yeah, there's so much stuff going on.
Well, first I thought maybe it was March, but now it's all glass, it's gonna be too hot. I don't know. Trying to figure out that, maybe that's the sign. Yeah, you both, okay. We're in the same boat.
Testing, am I on? Testing. So time is now 6:30 and it's open public comment from now until 7 o'clock. Gives the public an opportunity to speak on any item that's not on the agenda up to 5 minutes. There's a sign-in sheet up front. There's also comment cards in the back. And also on Zoom, just raise your hand if you are on Zoom and you'd like to speak during this time. Hi, Sally.
So that one's correct, so it's got.
Oh, Verizon? Just temporarily. Yeah, it's just because they got so many people out of building. Why don't, that was their problem. If they tried to do an app weeks ago, they tried to run an app through, there's something wrong with the app. Or an update, it screwed up a bunch of apps. Yeah, it's just temporary, yeah. I think that'd be harder for that. Two more of the UK variant here in Dodge County. I think two of the UK variant, one of the California and so on. There's a couple of variants around now.
quiet, Tyler. Yeah. Again, this is open public comment from 6:30 to 7 and would give anybody in chambers or on Zoom opportunity to speak on any item not on the agenda for up to 5 minutes. If you do speak, please come up and sign in, or there's also comment cards in the back. I have a Denise on Zoom. Well, just gonna make sure you're unmuted and you can go ahead. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, this is Denise Kai, 2550 Deerfield Avenue. It's pretty silent there tonight and has been other nights too. And this public comment time was introduced 2 years ago for the last meeting of every month. And I was just curious as to, has anyone ever spoken or taken care of any of these issues? And those that are put on the comment cards, are they just put in the trash can, or are they actually being followed up on? And it's always you want to keep us involved as a public and the community, and no, there's no bodies there. And yes, it's been COVID, and yes, it's been on Zoom, but it is an opportunity for everybody to be heard. And you, as new mayor, Mayor Spellerberg, has made that comment that you want to hear from the public. But I have the concern that it was started in March of 2019, and here we are 2 years later. And some of the things that I have listed from previous open comment sessions, I don't see hiding it from the public. That should be shared as to whether any of these concerns have been taken care of. Appreciate your time. Thanks.
Thank you. Again, we have about 5 minutes left of open public comment. This is gives you the opportunity to speak on any item that's not on the agenda. Please sign in if you're in the chambers and would like to speak. There's also comment cards in the back. Or on Zoom, please raise your hand. I'll call on you. Again, we have 5 minutes left. Yes,
Say if we're going to speak on an issue tonight, we need
that's
to-
not on the agenda.
But it's not. Okay, thank you.
There's a Pam Prim.
My only comment is that tonight I'm having trouble downloading the agenda. I don't know that it's my computer, but just so you're aware if anybody else mentions it.
Thank you. Can you just state your name and address for the
Oh,
record,
I'm
please?
sorry, Pam Prim, 1411 Barber Street, Fremont.
Thank you.
Gets offset, so it's off the screen. And you just have to drag it over and find it. I don't know if that's the problem she's having or not.
Again, I want to welcome everybody to tonight's meeting. Before we begin, we will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Time is now 7 p.m. We will call the Community Development Agency meeting to order. A copy of the Opens Meeting Act is posted on the rear wall next to the agendas. At this time, we'll have roll call.
Please cast your vote for roll call. Looks like Councilmember Jensen and Yerger, it didn't record your.
There it goes.
Okay, thank
No.
you. Oh, wait, Councilmember Yerger, can you try one more time? Okay, there we go. Thank you very much. 7 council members are present, Mayor.
Thank you. Moving on to item 1, hold public hearing and consider resolution 2021-002, recommending approval and adopting an amendment to the redevelopment plan for the North Broad Street redevelopment for the Project Protein redevelopment project and a cost benefit analysis. This time we'll have staff report.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the Community Development Authority. Jennifer Dam, Planning Director. This is a request to expand the North Broad Street redevelopment plan to include the Project Protein redevelopment project, as well as the area that we declared blighted and substandard earlier. The original area was declared blighted and substandard in 2017. And the initial redevelopment plan was approved by the City Council in February of 2018. The Project Protein redevelopment project will include the construction of approximately 200,000 square feet of cold storage with an approximately 165,000 square foot expansion for a total of approximately 367,000 square feet. The industrial use is consistent with the comprehensive plan. This is consistent with all of the state statutes. And the Planning Commission held a public hearing on March 15th, recommended approval to this. And the redevelopment agreement will follow up. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jennifer. Any questions for staff? Seeing none, I will open the public hearing. Any comments from the public?
Good evening, Chair. Trent Sitters, 233 South 13th Street, Suite 1900, Lincoln, Nebraska, 68508. Attorney representing the developer on this project. As staff mentioned, this is the amendment to the redevelopment plan. Also included with this is the cost benefit analysis, which is statutorily required for these redevelopment projects. Lays out the anticipated investment and the costs associated with it. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about either of those items relating to this.
Councilman Yerger.
Yes, my first question really is for legal, but I do have a few questions for you. So I just want to be clear in my own mind with regards to Nebraska statute 182115. I think we've got everything in the proper sequence and order. So we needed to blight and substandard the ground, which we've done. Then it's rezoning, annexation, redevelopment plan with TIF applications if there's going to be, and cost benefit analysis, all of which have either been done or are on our plate today and in that order. Is that correct?
Correct.
So I thank you for having the filing in that sequence. It saves us from doing a lot of conditionals, which we've done in the past. So thank you for that. With regards to the TIF application and the materials that I'm looking at in our packet material tonight, it looks like there's some of the requests are, I guess it's not clear to me necessarily who the various parties are at this Compound Holdings, VCS. I'm wondering whether or not you can give some background as to the overall flow chart as to who's holding what. Is Compound Properties holding the property? Did they purchase the property? Is VCS the ones that are doing the redevelopment plan? and working forward, going forward, this is going to be their project with regards to the protein project, et cetera. That's my first question.
Yes, the VCS entity that's listed there is the entity that's going to own the real estate, acquire it from the present property owner, and be responsible for the redevelopment of the project. Compound Holdings was the original applicant relating to the TIF. They have assigned all of the rights to the purchase of the property and the development of the site to the VCS entity that you're seeing on the materials tonight.
Okay, thank you. Exhibit 1 refers to an exhibit in the packet, and maybe I just didn't see it. It's referred to as Exhibit D1. Do you believe that's in our packet?
Which page are you looking at, sir?
Well, I was looking, I think it's Exhibit 1. I guess I don't have a page number because I don't have the agenda out on the screen. But Exhibit 1 refers to an Exhibit D-1. And I didn't find that, at least I didn't think I found it in the packet. Unless it's
Are
just
we
not.
looking at the redevelopment plan amendment or the redevelopment agreement?
Well, my notes didn't indicate, so I have to, I don't know.
Because the first exhibit to the plan amendment that we're dealing with is Exhibit A, and that's the redevelopment area.
Well, I can't find it in my notes. It just looked like Exhibit D1 was missing. So I just wanted to make sure that in fact it wasn't missing. And in subparagraph 3 of Exhibit 1, there's a disclosure in that particular subparagraph that the number of employees is, that is going to be used for the redevelopment plan or the ultimate is listed there. My question is, when we had earlier conversation on that, which isn't in the plan description here, those jobs, I think, was stated to be in the 45,000 plus range with benefits on top of that.
In
And
terms
I
of the
wondered if that
salaries.
was still the plan.
That's my understanding.
Okay. And then Exhibit 1, paragraph 5, there's also a statement that says the workforce will not impact the students' population. And I'm just curious, it's not the first time we've seen that relative to redevelopment plans. But I guess it strikes me that when the workforce comes into play, it's a family member type situation. And of course, families bring kids and kids impact schools. And so when we say there's no impact with regards to the student population, I'm wondering, we've seen this way before. And I don't know if that's just standard, but would you agree with me that ultimately when you bring workforce and they bring families, they bring student population?
Well, keep in mind, this is the cost benefit analysis associated with the TIF, with the idea being here that the tax increment associated with this particular project isn't one that's having a direct impact on students as opposed to TIFing the revenue that's generated from a residential development, where they'd have potentially the direct impact on student population and valuation for school district purposes.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions for the applicant? Seeing none, any other comments from the public? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Are there any additional comments from the CDA? Councilman Yerger,
I'm sorry.
any other comments from council or from the CDA? Seeing none, I would take a motion in regards to this item. Councilman Legban,
I make a motion to approve resolution 2021-002.
Councilman Sukram,
I'll second that.
cast your votes.
Councilmember Yerger, could you please, one more time? Yeah, thank you
There you
very
go.
much. The motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Thank you. Moving on to item 2, resolution 2021-003, approving the redevelopment agreement for the Project Protein redevelopment project and authorizing the issuance of tax increment financing indebtedness. This time we'll have staff report.
Good evening, Jennifer Dam, Planning Director. This is the specific agreement for the issuance of tax increment notes. The agreement states that the notes are not to exceed $14,833,371,000. The notes are repaid by the tax increment that's generated by the project, and the city will receive a 1% administrative fee from the project for about $148,000. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for staff? Seeing none, any comments from the public?
Trent Sitters, once again, counsel for the developer. Again, the redevelopment agreement, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about the form of the agreement relating to the implementation of the project.
Any questions for the applicant? Councilman Yerger?
I just have one, and I finally found that other reference, and I said Exhibit 1. It actually was Exhibit I, which was the cost benefit analysis, and in that huge, long opening paragraph, it references Exhibit D1. So whether it's here or not, just so that you know, that's where it
Okay.
was. I'm wondering if tonight, relative to the 2 applications or the split applications, 2 phases for the $14 million worth of TIF, for my benefit and for maybe benefit of the public, maybe you could just give us a brief synopsis of the fact that the TIF allows the company to take the tax benefits as a sort of a reinvestment in that regard. But there are other benefits that the citizens of Fremont and the taxpayers see in addition to or on the side of this that sometimes go undetected when we're saying, well, we're going to issue TIF and taxes are going to flow back through the business. What's the impact to the public? And perhaps maybe you could just put a little on the record as to why this is a good thing for the taxpayers.
Sure. One of the places to start is that unfortunately, as a matter of state law, cities, municipalities don't have a lot of means of pursuing economic development. Tax increment financing is one of the only areas available to us under existing state law. And one of the benefits, obviously, for the community associated with these projects, first is the investment in the community, long-term investment for a facility like this, which is obviously, as mentioned, anticipated to bring in a number of jobs for the community, which benefits and flows through. Specific TIF projects also provide benefits in that the tax increment financing that we're talking about has to be used for a very limited set of eligible expenditures. And in many cases, and as is the case here, you're talking about significant investment in what are referred to as public improvements. So things like Jaeger Road, utilities, other items that directly benefit not just the project, but the community itself, are all some of the things that you see as benefits of tax increment financing projects.
Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? Thank you. Seeing any other comments from the public? Any additional comments from council? Councilman Jensen?
If there's no additional comments, I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2020-003.
Councilwoman Ganem,
I second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
I would take a motion to adjourn the Community Development Agency meeting of March 30th. Councilman Gibson,
So moved, please.
Councilman Sukram,
Second that.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
CDA meeting is adjourned. We'll now open the city council regular meeting of March 30th. The time is 7:15. The Opens Meeting Act is posted on the rear wall next to the agendas. This time we'll have roll call.
Please cast your vote for roll call. Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Next is mayor's comments. Like to do service awards. We have 3 tonight. The first is Richard Kruger, 5 years of service. He was hired in 2016 as a power plant operator 1. In 2019, Richard was promoted to a power plant operator 2. So we thank Richard for 5 years of service. Blake Wagner, 5 years of service. Blake was hired in 2016 as a firefighter EMT for the Fremont Fire Department. So thank you, Blake, for 5 years. And then Matt Holtquist, 25 years of service. And Matt was hired in 1996 as a police officer for the Fremont Police Department. In 2000, he was promoted to a police detective. During his time, he has also worked for and supervised the Drug Task Force Department. So we want to thank Matt for 25 years with our police department. So I don't think any of these guys are in attendance. If they are, let me know. No. So again, thank you for your dedication, commitment, and hard work to the city of Fremont for those 3. The only thing I would want to mention is that on Monday, Three Rivers Health came out and said that vaccinations are now open for those 18 and older. So if you, again, like to participate in that, contact Three Rivers Health. I know them and Methodist Health have both done a tremendous job getting vaccinations out to as many people as possible. So again, with opening that up to 18 and older, I just wanted to let the public know in regards to that. That's all I have for mayor's comments. Moving on to item 1, motion to adopt current agenda for the March 30th, 2021 regular meeting. Is there any changes from council in regards to the agenda? Councilman Yerger?
Yes, I'd ask the council to consider moving item 25 up ahead of item 21.
There any other changes? So I would take a motion in regards to moving item 25 ahead of item 21. Councilman Yerger,
I'll make that motion.
Councilman Ellis,
I'll second that.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
I would now take a motion to the amended agenda to approve. Councilman Yerger,
Make a motion to approve the amended agenda.
Councilman Gibson,
I'll second that.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Thank you. Moving on to public hearings. Item 2, resolution 2021-043, approving an amendment to the redevelopment plan for the North Broad Street redevelopment for the Project Protein redevelopment project and a cost benefit analysis. This time we'll have staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, Jennifer Dam, Planning Director. This is the redevelopment plan amendment that was just approved by you as the CDA. If there are any additional questions, I would be happy to answer those.
Any questions for staff? Seeing none, I will open the public hearing of resolution 2021-043. Any comments from the public?
Trent Sitters, again, attorney for the developer, 233 South 13th Street, Suite 1900, Lincoln, Nebraska, 68508. again, happy to answer any questions that you might have specific to the redevelopment plan amendment or the associated materials there. I'm just trying to get to the documents.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Councilman Yerger?
I don't have a question, but I would like to at least follow up on the question that I asked during the CDA meeting with regards to Exhibit D-1. If that document doesn't exist someplace in here and I'm just not seeing it, could we make sure that that gets added into the record?
Certainly can. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? Thank you. Any other comments from the public? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Any additional comments from council? If there's none, I take a motion in regards to resolution 2021-043. Councilman Legband,
I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2021-043.
Councilwoman Ganem,
Second the motion.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Moving on to item 3, an ordinance 5566 to amend table 11-603.01.01 floor area ratio for business park district. This would be for the first reading. This time we'll have staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, Jennifer Dam, Planning Director. I'm going to go through this, try to go through this pretty meticulously to describe what a floor area ratio is and how it impacts the development of the site. First, I want to talk about what this proposal is not. At the Planning Commission, we had a number of comments from residents in the area. I want to address those up front. At the Planning Commission, we weren't really able to address those because they're not part of what's being proposed tonight. What's being proposed tonight is to change the floor area ratio that's allowed from 0.314 to 0.41. I'll get into what that means in a little bit. We're not proposing to change any of the setbacks. We're not proposing to change any of the uses that are allowed in the business park district. At the Planning Commission, the neighbors asked that there be design standards approved. We don't have design standards anywhere in our UDC. If there is a desire for design guidelines in the city, at this point, I would recommend that that's something we ought to evaluate with the update of the zoning code. If there's a desire to do that sooner, it would need to be a separate action that is brought forward as a proposal that would go to Planning Commission and City Council. There was a request to limit the building height to only 2 stories or 25 feet in height. In the abutting residential areas, the maximum height for a single family dwelling is 36 feet. And for a multifamily dwelling is 45 feet. The proposal here, or what's allowed in this district, is a 45-foot height. They asked to adopt landscape guidelines. We already have landscape guidelines that require a 25-foot type C buffer yard with 3 trees and 8 or 10 shrubs per 100 lineal feet. The 10 shrubs are required if there is not a structural barrier or berm. So those are issues that are already somewhat addressed. This last weekend, a number of the neighbors came to us and we met with them to talk about drainage. I'd like to hand out some additional tables. I'll talk about these after I describe the floor area ratio, but it shows the existing, it shows what the drainage plan looked at and how that impacts the area and the floor area ratio as well.
Can receive that.
Do we need a motion?
Yeah, I would take a motion to receive. Yeah, Councilman Jensen.
I'll make the motion to receive.
Thank you, Councilman Legband.
I'll second that.
Cast your votes to receive. There's 2 pages each. Okay.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
It's 2 pages each. I think they're just back to backs.
All right, so I'll start by describing what the floor area ratio is. And in the staff report, you can see an example of what a floor area ratio of 1 equates to. For a 1-story building, that would cover the entire lot. If it's a 2-story building, a floor area ratio of 1 is half the lot, and so forth. A floor area ratio of 2 would be twice the size of the lot. So in this case, a floor area ratio of 0.31 for 1 floor is 31% of the lot could be covered with a building. We're proposing to change that to 0.41 for a single-story structure and from 0.435 to 0.635 for a 2-story structure. A 2-story structure results in a smaller footprint. So prior to the adoption of the UDC, there was a 60% floor area ratio for the site. We had a couple developers who came to us and they were concerned because they couldn't fit the building that they wanted to put on the site and said, can you increase the floor area ratio? We took a look at that. The 0.41 is right in between what a light industrial district would be and what the business park district is. It still has a pretty good guidance and it's not the 60% that had been originally allowed. So we thought that that was a good compromise. The development of the properties still need to maintain setbacks, any required buffer yards, and provide a minimum 20% landscape surface ratio. So if you look at the first of the diagrams, so the first one shows the blue lines are the setbacks. The shaded area is the size of a building at 0.314 floor area ratio, which is about 13,847 square feet on a 1-acre lot. If we bumped that up to 0.41, it gives you about an extra 5,000 square feet of building to 18,081 square feet. So you still have the side yard setbacks that are incorporated this, a little bit larger building. If I look over to the next diagrams in the packet, it shows you the difference between the 60% coverage that had been permitted when the park was originally developed and the 0.314, and then likewise with the 0.41 and the 0.6. So you can see that there's still, with a 0.41 floor area ratio, not as much of the lot as was originally allowed for the development. Now, as we look at drainage, there was a legitimate concern expressed by a number of the neighbors over the weekend. I knew that we had had a drainage study. We talked about the drainage study. On the far eastern end of the business park is a 100-foot dry detention cell that's been set aside. And then the drainage calculations have been set up to make sure that on the southern end, the drainage flows appropriately into the Rawhide Creek. What I didn't know at that time, because I didn't have the study in front of me, was what was the assumption in terms of impervious surface at the time they did the drainage study for the development of the area. 84% is the impervious coverage that was assumed at that time. So if you look at what I just handed out, the first one shows you what an 84% impervious coverage would be. And that's in the dark area. You can see that exceeds the area of the setbacks, and it exceeds the area of both a 0.41 and a 0.314 floor area ratio. And it actually goes into the side yard setbacks. So all of the yard setbacks. If you look at the second diagram that I handed out, what I did was in the dark bold square is the 84%. And then the green area represents the 20% landscape surface ratio. And then you see the 0.314 and the 0.41 landscape surface ratio. So the darker gray area would be the maximum amount you could fill with concrete, but not building. And it's pretty unlikely that that would occur because in addition to the 20% landscape ratio, there are requirements for landscaping around the buildings. But I wanted to demonstrate that to try and assuage some of the concerns that increasing the floor area ratio from 0.314 to 0.41 would significantly increase the runoff. It's already been considered in the calculations in the drainage study, so it shouldn't create any kind of a problem. With that, I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Jennifer. Any questions for staff? Councilman Legman?
Yeah, your drainage study, you said that was 86%?
84%.
84%. So what are you anticipating will be the impervious land covered by what we're doing here?
It would range from the very maximum it could be for impervious coverage would be less than 80% by the time you add the area around the buildings. I would say probably 60 to 70. Again, it depends on the type of building that's going in the development. There are so many different land uses that are allowed. A warehouse has a different parking requirement than a retail building or a daycare, which is going to have a larger parking requirement, so they'll be more likely to have more concrete. So it really all depends on the type of use that goes in there.
And if I heard you right, then this drainage study is acceptable even with the 86% coverage.
The 84%.
84%.
The assumption in the drainage study was 84% coverage,
Right.
which is more coverage than what the very maximum could be allowed under the proposal.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Jennifer? Councilman Yerger?
Hi, Jennifer. So I have a few questions because it seems to me that we are looking at a FAR increase that's like 20%. So regardless of pictorially what you have displayed, this is a 20% increase in the floor area ratio. And to me, that's pretty consequential. But one of the things that I wanted to ask you about tonight is I understood that this started out in Planning Commission as a rezone from BP to light industrial, was on their agenda. And then it got either terminated or continued and not retaken up for consideration. And we came around with a FAR adjustment instead of doing a rezone. And I'm interested in hearing from you, why did this start out as a rezone and then shift to a FAR adjustment?
I was requested to look at changing it to light industrial use. So that's originally what the request was for. As I reviewed it in more depth, and neighbors called me and they had questions about the different land uses and concerns about the differences in the industrial land uses versus the business park land uses. I took a look at it and said, well, I think the request that came to me could be taken care of by increasing the floor area ratio, and it's by 10% from 0.31 to 0.41. We could take care of it by doing that and still maintaining all of the setbacks and all of the same uses that have been in place since the beginning. So we amended the request to that so that this would have a lesser impact on the surrounding area.
Okay, I wanted to ask you whether you agree that the primary purpose of the UDC is to protect the health, safety, resiliency, and environmental quality of the city and minimizing losses due to the destruction of property by the nature and acts of God. Do you believe those are codified, and do you agree with those terms?
I do, and I don't think that this is inconsistent with that.
Do you agree that in the original comprehensive plan, that the comprehensive plan said that business parks are suburban in character, typically a campus style setting featuring reduced site coverage and increased open space, and that they're primarily to be for office, medical, technology, and research uses? Perhaps they might be, it said possibly, for a warehouse in a distribution setting, screened and buildings with enhanced architectural design. Are you familiar with that comprehensive plan requirement for business parks?
I am familiar with that. Right now, we're focusing on the floor area ratio, which I don't think is inconsistent with that. Though I would suggest that that statement in the comprehensive plan and the descriptions in the UDC and how the business park was originally developed may have some conflicts with each other.
Well,
And the comprehensive plan creates the bigger vision. The UDC is the specific regulation.
I understand, but if we had chosen, or the applicant, whoever wanted you to make these changes, or you wanted to pursue the rezoning proposal as was originally put forth, it would have been incompatible with the comprehensive plan.
But that's not what's on the table today. We're just looking at a floor area.
I'm
increase.
probing this because we are doing a FAR adjustment to the tables, which gets us close to light industrial, slightly under the light industrial standards without changing the zoning. And that's why I'm interested in knowing whether or not the original plan was scuttled because it took extra work to get the land use maps changed, be in compliance with the comp plan.
No.
And so this was an easier approach to go through with regards to just increasing the FAR to almost the light industrial standard.
No, I would say that's incorrect. And by looking at the business park district and the requirements of the business park district, listening to the concerns of the neighbors about switching to the land uses that are allowed in the light industrial district, that's the reason why we did not pursue the light industrial district zoning. Changing the floor area ratio helps accommodate people who want to use the business park, but it's still significantly less than what was proposed and what was allowed originally under the business park zoning. And it's considerably less. It's less than half of what had been anticipated in the drainage study. So I don't see that there's a conflict.
I find it interesting that at times we want to look back to the old code to defend the new code, but in other cases we don't. For example, R1, R2, R3, R4 offered far greater protections to the public than does the current UDC code. But in this particular FAR case, we're willing to look back to the standards of the old comprehensive or the old code in order to defend what we want to do here.
I disagree with that statement, but that's not what's on the agenda tonight. So
Well,
I
the
won't
FAR
discuss
adjustments
it.
are on, and I personally believe that
It's, the time is up. Is there any other questions for Jennifer from council? Thank you. We'll now open the public hearing. Are there any comments from the public in regards to ordinance 5566? Sure. Bring it up, yeah. Yep. Take a motion to receive. Councilman Jensen,
The motion to receive.
Councilman Legman,
And I will second that.
cast your votes.
altogether.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Jerry Delaney. I reside at 2940 Laverna Street here in Fremont. I am current president of the Central Park Homeowners Association. In recent weeks, I and some of the other members have had a lot of discussions with people, not just in Central Park, but in Cambridge Square, which also adjoins what we used to call the Technology Park. We're now referring to as the Business Park area. So I'm here talking not just for myself tonight. There are a number of us here, but we basically are representing the thoughts of 178 current homes that exist in that area. When I say current homes, there are additional lots yet to be built on in both Cambridge and Central Park. So that number will exceed that at some point. In those 178 homes reside approximately 500 people. So we're talking about almost 2% of the entire population of the city of Fremont living within a 3-block area of what we're referring to as the business park, people that will be directly affected by its development. Like all of Fremont, we live in an area that's flat and doesn't have a lot of natural drainage. That's something we all deal with. But the problem is sometimes added to by the fact that Fremont has not had proper standards that developers must go by to protect the residential developments that they build. In our part of town, that point was really pointed out in the flood of 2016. And a lot of times when we bring up 2016, people kind of roll their eyes and say, you understand, that was a big deal. That was a 100-year flood, or what we refer to as a 100-year event. Totally understand that, and understand you can't plan everything around something that may or may not happen every 100 years. The concern here is that in the flood of 2016, the vast majority of the damage that was caused was not by runoff in the 2 developments that I speak of that adjoin the business park, but by runoff water from the business park area itself. And that's shown in some of the pictures there. In 2016, the business park was 80 acres of undeveloped farm ground, 100% porous ground that could absorb at least some of the moisture. Yes, we had a 10-inch rain, which is exceptional, but we had 80 acres that could absorb as much of it as possible. With any development on that land, and we're not here to deter development of the business park, we support it wholly, but with any development, you start covering part of that ground with building, with streets, with parking lots. Obviously, you have less porous area, you have more runoff. What happened in 2016 to our area because of a 10-inch rain could possibly happen, and I would have to see a current, and I emphasize current, drainage study to show what would happen if we had a 3-inch rain or a 4-inch rain. Our fear is that the 100-year event that we had in 2016, without proper development of this area around us, could become an every 3 or 4 or 7 or 8 year event. It could become something that happens quite regularly. Now, when we discussed this earlier, we were not aware that there was a current drainage study out there. To the best understanding we had, the most current one was 2013. I'm not sure how old the one is Jennifer referred to. Okay. So we're talking something 8 years ago, and there have been a lot of changes in that area in the last 8 years. So again, we're not here to deter development of the business park. We encourage it. We're simply here asking you to hold off on any actions until a current full drainage study is done of this area. One that will tell us what's going to happen if we stay with the current floor ratio plan, and what will happen if we choose to increase that. It's also our understanding that a plan is in the development from discussions we had with Mr. Newton on Saturday, and it's not very far down the road. We understand you have builders that want to build there and they don't want to wait 6 months for a decision. We're not asking for that. We're simply asking, hold off until you get availability and current information to you on a full current drainage study so that you know exactly what the effects are going to be in the surrounding neighborhood, and then move forward with your process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Paul Von Baron, 2046 East 30th in Fremont. If you'll take a look at, we're here for one reason. We understand studies and numbers, and we understand what's been looked at, but water understands one thing, and that's gravity. If you'll take a look at the back page of the handout that we gave you, those are 2 events within 3 years. Not sure what a 100-year is, not sure what a 500, or I'm not sure what a 10-year is, but I can tell you what happened within the span of 3 years on a park that is 100% porous soil that has every opportunity, obviously, to soak in. But what happens with the elevations, even currently, is that we get the water shunted over to us. You can see even the protective berm that we have that's high and dry between the water on both sides. But here's the point. Right now, we don't understand, our understanding was that the last drainage study is 2013. There's one coming up. What we're asking is that you simply wait. We're talking about increasing building sizes, 0.34 versus 0.41 is 0.18, almost 20%. We assume that there will be proportionate increases in paving around those buildings as well. I think the key point is, and no, it's rightful that nobody really knows what final development of the business park is going to look like. So how do we develop a drainage plan? The other thing that we became aware of on Saturday, and as we met, and I appreciated the city's time, but maybe it's not an official term, but it's called first builder. And that means if I'm the first builder in an area, I can build legally. If I'm the second builder in the area, I can build legally. But we have a case right here in Fremont where that second legal was 2 feet higher than the adjoining property. And that, of course, we all know that's Albies. So the response to both of those is both of those were legal. But with the second builder coming in, we were told Saturday, it's the problem of the first builder. Our problem as 178 private residences around that park is that we are the first builder. If anything happens, even unintentionally, we are going to be left holding the process. We don't oppose the development. We fully understand the city isn't dealing in good faith, but those things happen, especially when you don't know what final development is looking like. So we're not asking you to change anything fundamentally. All we're asking you to do is to just recognize that right now we're dealing with an unknown quantity. We can't know exactly what's going to happen. It's nobody's fault. It's just the way it is. And that until we have a better handle, or at least we have the updated study that I understand is coming at the end of April or in May, just to defer action before you change anything, before you increase building sizes or whatever. If all you have to do is take a look at that back page and the water at window wells, it's a serious problem. Fremont has a serious problem. We're not asking you to do nothing. We're asking you to just simply wait and give this some time until the impact is better understood. Because as I say, 178 people are going to be the first builders. And if there's a mistake, the precedent in Fremont is that the first builder inherits the problem. So with that, we would ask you to set this aside for now, come back and revisit it in a couple of months and to give it evaluation based on current knowledge. Thank you.
Any other comments from the public?
Susan Jacobus, 1805 North D Street here in Fremont. And I appreciate some of the comments that are made as far as the drainage. Some of you that are on the council now seated were here in prior year when there was a developer who wanted to expand the Laverna Street area and the homes there. They took on overburden brunt of the water. And it was intended to go in what was then a retention pond that already was holding water. And Mr. Van Buren made a good note. Gravity is gravity. Water goes where it wants to go, and the ground is already a sponge. We overburden rawhide here in the city of Fremont. It's an available intermittent waterway of the state, and we rely on it heavily to help us take water off the hospital and the saturation of the grounds. It's taken off Hidden Brooks development on some of their water and their saturation. It's taken on an overburden. Who is the onus on to make sure that those waterways, this intermittent waterway, rawhide, is free and clear of debris? It runs through our communities and through our cities. You have a 40-foot expanded drainage district easement on properties running between 19th and 20th Street. We had a lift station fail and backed up because of the overswell. The burden is on you now tonight to decide, are you going to take in consideration the 500 plus residents in that part that are bordering on this area called the Tech Park? It is important to see it develop, but it's important to do it in a right and responsible manner. You need to take in consideration the impact that this development is going to have. There's a term called no adverse impact. Yes, Unfortunately, if you build first and then rules and regulations and floodplain criteria changes and that freeboard increases, you have to build up, but you still have to take consideration your impact of the surrounding properties. If you pass this tonight, how will that impact the residents that are now there, those that were there first, the actual taxpayer? They're not asking for TIF. They're not asking for economic development dollars. They're paying your taxes. And they're the ones that are being impacted. So please take that in consideration tonight. Thank you.
Any other comments from the public?
Scott Euling, 1335 Glenwood Court here in Fremont. I'm a small business owner myself, and so as far as this business park is concerned, I'm all for it. And far be it from me to stop the progress of a small business owner, but as a licensed engineer in the state of Nebraska and a business owner of a small business, a tiling company, as in subsurface drainage tile, when I received this letter, it's kind of concerning to me. I know on Saturday when we talked about this, wasn't quite clear about a drainage study. Tonight, found out there's a drainage study from 2013, which I wasn't aware of, as several other people have mentioned. 2013, 2021, that area of Fremont has literally exploded. I think we can say that. I understand the assumptions that Mrs. Dam mentioned, and that is encouraging, but I'm sure there are other changes. For instance, the drainage ditch is full of trees there in Rawhide Creek. I would ask that we wait. There's a study in the works that we know of through the Joint Water Management Advisory Board. I believe this board is going to be instrumental in the future as they look to the stormwater drainage. And I would ask that you wait for the results of that. Even though we have a current drainage study with an assumption, lots of things have changed. And so please wait for that. For the record, I just want to make it perfectly clear that I have no intentions as I stand before you tonight as generating business for my business with drainage work. We only do crop fields. I'm here because my wife and I are property owners in the vicinity that we are talking about here tonight, and that is my concern. The city actually has a great opportunity here. You guys are in control of the ground, not a developer. So I saw a preliminary drawing on Saturday, which included the detention ponds. And I applaud that design. That is a great way to slow runoff and still utilize existing drainage systems. Yes, it comes at a cost, but maybe that's the future of the cost of doing business from here on out. So please, let's let this be a facts-based decision. I know they aren't always popular, but I've always found it to be the right thing to do. If the engineering study comes back and shows the drainage is sufficient and will handle the increased flow based on the changes proposed in this letter that I received, then it is what it is. You've done your due diligence and progress continues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Steve Hazerbrook, and this is my wife, Linda. We live at 925 East Fifth Street in Fremont and own a duplex on Cumming Street. We have some pictures, 3 pictures of our property that we would like to add to the discussion tonight.
Take a motion to receive. Councilman Yerger.
Make a motion to receive the document.
Councilman Sukram. Okay. Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Like I said, my wife and I own the duplex at 1711 East Cumming, so we're in a different part of town. But we're here to demonstrate what happens when things go wrong, specifically in terms of this impervious ground.
We've lived in Fremont most of our lives. We've owned this duplex for over 22 years. We have two buildings on this property. One is a fourplex garage and the other is the duplex itself. We've also owned 6 other rental properties in this neighborhood in the past, in this same neighborhood. This property, our duplex, started flooding due to improvements made on 2 neighborhood properties. The ground on both properties was raised and turned into impervious land by bringing in new rock, compacting this rock to make the ground impervious, the construction of a new large steel building, and the surrounding area around that steel building was covered with concrete. And from what I understand, a zoning change was approved for this property in the past. Behind our duplex, we have a fourplex garage that now floods from rainwater runoff. Our problem started after the rock was put in place and compacted on the neighborhood property. In our worst flooding event so far, we had 4 to 6 inches of water inside our fourplex building. That's not pretty. Springtime is often a problem for us because of the melting snow and the springtime rains. That is constantly now a fear for us every spring. We have learned in our experience so far, it only takes 1.5 inches of rain to create a problem for our property and for our neighborhood. And of course, particularly if the rain comes too fast. Only 1.5 inches of rain. We get 1.5 inches of rain quite often in Fremont. Now the new commercial building and ground covered with concrete, the water comes even faster. The last flooding event, the water was inside our fourplex building, and now the water comes up to our duplex. Our property, as well as 4 others in the neighborhood, now become a water retention lake when it rains. And I think that is obviously shown in the pictures there. 3 properties in the neighborhood continue to have water inside buildings, not only ours, but other buildings. To the property owners here that are objecting to this change, good for you. I wish we had known what you know about your neighborhood, and we would have been very proactive to get some things changed. We hope our problem can influence change in Fremont, not only for this problem, but others. Our story, unfortunately, is reactive. Now our property has decreased in value. We were granted a lower tax assessed value by the county because of the flooding problem, and we cannot use the property as we had planned. My retirement dream was, quite frankly, to build a new shop on this property behind our duplex. That dream is now on hold and has been for about 4 years now. We spend too much of our time playing defense to protect our building and its contents. When the forecast in Fremont is for 1.5 inches of rain or more, 1.5 inches of rain or more, we must decide whether to spend a day putting up and taking down a large 100 foot by 3 foot by 1 foot tall, basically water balloon, to prevent our building from flooding.
I'll have to ask you to wrap it up, Steve.
These balloons are particularly used in hurricane areas. The process to correct this sort of thing is very slow. Linda and I made our first presentation to the past mayor administration almost 3 years ago. It's time consuming and it's very expensive. To the city council members and to the mayor, you're our seat at the table for us citizens. With this item in front of you, Linda and I and our neighbors would ask you to not allow these changes. Thank you for your time.
Any other comments from the public? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Any comments from council? Councilman Sukram?
Yeah, when is the new drainage study supposed to be done?
So Brian Newton, City Administrator. So when we met with a group on Saturday, I wasn't aware of a drainage study and Jennifer had it. I didn't realize she had it. And so I reached out today to Brad Marshall from Olson. That's our engineer that has done the engineering on the tech park. He sent it to me. It's dated 2013. Jennifer and I and Brad all looked at it. It's probably still relevant. I asked Brad to take a thorough look at it. Really, nothing has changed. If you look at the preliminary plat, what we've developed, the roads are the same, the streets are the same. It looks to me like it's probably relevant. We'll bring it back make sure everybody gets it. We'll bring it back at the next reading of this. But like Jennifer said, it considers an 84% impervious cover. That's plenty, in Brad's opinion, that's probably plenty for this. As we explained to the group on Saturday, is that the city is walking the talk. So we don't have any stormwater regulations currently in effect. But the city had, when we planned for this business park, to put a detention cell clear along the east side to capture any water and hold it on that site. I think Brad put in there for the 5 or 10-year event, a 10-year event, I think, which is appropriate for that. And so we're putting it in, we're taking property that we could otherwise sell, make it in a detention cell, because we know to capture the runoff is what we need to do in Fremont. And we're doing it on our own park. So we'll send that out to council. We ask that you go ahead and move this forward on first read. We'll make sure that drainage study is brought up to date and it's relevant. It looks like it's good. Brad's opinion is really nothing's changed, but is there what? Well, it's done. So the 2013 study is done. The drainage study is done. Not a new one. He's just going to look at it and make sure nothing's changed. He's just going to look at it and make sure nothing changed. His opinion, nothing's changed. Okay. And he'll send me a letter saying, hey, it's still as relevant today as it was back then. Because think about it, the park hasn't developed. And the roads that we have platted today were the roads we had thought about platting back when they did the study. Yes, just as we thought it was going to back 13 years ago. Again, what we thought was coming in and what's coming in today, nothing's changed. We knew there's going to be lots. We knew there was going to be coverage. It all depends on the ratio of previous cover. And it takes in what we think is the worst case, like Jennifer said, 84%. You can't build 84% of your lot today. It's impossible because of setbacks. So it's a worst case scenario. That's why it's still relevant today. Okay, does that make sense? Yeah, back then you could probably build 84% of your lot. You can't do that today with the UDC. Turn your mic on. Your mic's not on. Somebody else on. Brad, yours is on. You want to turn yours off? There you go, Dev.
Okay, as we move forward with this park, I just want to make sure that we're not flooding other places out, because we know we have a flooding problem in Fremont.
Yeah,
everywhere.
that's why the detention cell.
Right.
And that's what they thought of 13 years ago. I commend them for doing that.
Yeah. I just want to make sure it's up to date.
Yeah, that's exactly what we told the group, is that, we want to make sure, and that drainage study does take that into consideration.
I guess I'm just trying to I'm having a hard time believing we can't update it to current.
We will. I will tell you, we'll have the engineer look at it, but in his first
So it's
blush,
it's going to be called the 2021 drainage plan.
no, probably not, unless you want to pay thousands of dollars to have him put a new date on it. The point is it's still relevant today. That's what he needs to answer.
Okay.
Okay. Are there any assumptions different than what he were 13 years ago? It doesn't matter what's happened upstream or downstream. It's for that piece of property. That drainage study covers that piece of property. Again, based on 84% impervious cover.
Okay.
Okay. And again, you can't build 84% on today's UDC.
Okay.
So in other words, if the drainage study was done with 84% and it can handle a 10-year event, it's still relevant today.
Councilman Yerger.
Well, I think there's three significant truths based on what I've heard this evening and are influencing enough to me to deal with this. The first one is, I think the pictures speak for themselves. I mean, there's a definite potential flooding problem here that threatens the surrounding residential property owners when we increase the rooftop and hard surface impervious coverages. And whether or not we were actually doing that, the fact that the business park is being changed and developed in and of itself creates an enhancement to flooding problems. And then if you turn around and raise the FAR ratio on top of that, you only exaggerate that problem by an additional 20%. So those are that's the first fact I think that we're looking at tonight. Second, I'm hearing the discussion about the drainage study. I know that Dave Godigan has indicated that we needed to have a better plan for residential drainage in the past. That's been in the hopper for a while. It's not completed to my knowledge. And I'm personally uncomfortable with a 2013 study. It definitely needs to be looked at and updated, or it needs to be completely reconsidered based on what we're going to be doing now that the business park is developing. So I think that's another truth. And the third one that hasn't been discussed tonight yet is when we make zoning changes to the UDC, they apply across the entire city, not just to the business park that is on 29th and Lincoln, but any other business parks we currently have or we might have in the future, because this becomes the law, if you will, relative to how you can develop a business park. And the character of a business park that we're dealing with, I think, needs to ensure the integrity of the type of buildings and structures that we put in there. And the greater the FAR, the greater the building size, the less traditional the business parks tend to look. So I think, the comprehensive plan had an anticipation of what we would be doing out here. It was originally going to be a tech park. Then it's changed and we're now developing it with businesses. And I think that's great. I don't have any problem with that. But I think we need to be cautious, and we need to be cautious about putting in zoning changes that affect the entire city. If this is just for this specific area that we're trying to affect a change, but it's going to affect everybody. So pending whether or not there's any other comments, I'd like to make a motion that we would table this amendment until we have a complete updated study and we've had a chance to analyze that drainage study data, whatever date that is. I don't think we should take this up even for first reading until we actually have had an opportunity to review that study and make sure we know what we're doing. Our goal is not to create flooding problems for other people in town that were there before we started this development. So I make a motion to amend this to coincide with the completion and analysis of a drainage study that's updated.
Hold on, Councilmember Yerger, was that a motion to table?
Motion to continue until we have a completed drainage study.
Okay.
Is that a privileged motion?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Is there a second? Councilman Ellis?
I'm going to second the motion. I think what's changed, as I said, that nothing that's changed is 2016 happened. And as an engineer going to look at this land, hopefully he's going to look at 2016 and see what happened there. And
I guess with a privilege motion, it's motion second and vote. There's no debate.
There's a motion and a second to continue. Cast your votes.
Motion fails 4-3 to continue.
Oh, we're back. We're back where we started. Any other additional comments from council? Councilman Jensen?
Yeah, before we move forward on this, I just want to say, I want to move forward on this on first reading, but I will not vote to move forward anymore without getting more about this, about the study, without being assured that things are the way they should be there.
Thank you. Any other comments from council? Councilman Ellis?
yeah, we have an opportunity to do the right thing tonight, guys. We have citizens that have got, evidence of issues here that we're dealing with, that we can actually let's spend 1,000 or 2,000 and do a water study, a drainage study, and do it the right way and make sure that we're not going to be causing problems for these 500 residents. So I'm not going to vote for this to go forward at all until we get a new drain study with more data that the engineers are going to be able to look at and then completion. So it's not, I don't want to move forward with this until we've got more data.
Councilwoman Ganem.
I would agree that maybe just a delay. We meet 2 times a month and have the engineers review the drainage study, and so that we have some material first, because I know what has happened is not good for the first residents, and that does need to be taken care of. But I see something that even further than just drainage studies is a storm. You're right, a storm drainage study. We need to have it more in depth. And that will that's something entirely different than what we're talking about right now. But I would certainly support tabling it until we get some information on the drainage.
This Brad with this engineering firm, is that who you're talking about?
Olson.
Can
It's our
he,
engineer, Olson.
if this is tabled tonight,
Yeah, the
come out
motion
with a
failed to
statement?
table, so it
or
failed. to table,
If
so-
we don't move forward with first reading,
No, I would suggest you move forward for the first reading, and we'll have his update for the next reading.
Okay.
The motion to table failed. It's 4-3. You gotta have 5 votes.
you gotta have to have 5 votes.
5 votes failed. Gotta have 5 votes to approve. It failed. I'm sorry. So that
avoid
failed. Now
discussion.
we need to
So
have a motion.
the tabled failed. I would just say, council, I mean, if we hold first reading tonight and introduce,
Correct.
we can come back with second reading with all this information.
Correct.
And we can make sure at the homeowners, I 100% understand their concern and the concerns of this council. We live in Fremont, Nebraska. It's flat. There's water problems. We know that, and we want to do the right thing in this business park. So, if we hold first reading tonight, the second reading, we can have all this information ready to go and make sure you're happy with it.
And we can't compare it to 2019. That was a 100-year event. You got to compare it to a 10-year event. That's what the drainage study does.
Councilman Lakeman.
Yeah, my question for all this was, how long is this study going to take?
Well,
2
again,
weeks?
the study exists, so it's just to
For
look at it and
him
make sure
to-
it's relevant today. That's what
Right.
he has to do.
Right. Because I would definitely want to see the relevancy too. I want to see that.
Councilman Yerger.
I would make a motion to reject first reading.
Legal, can we go forward with that motion? Is that the same as tabling?
It would. You know what? Hold on, let me check one thing. Certainly could make a motion to not hold first reading. It's a little bit of a reversal of how normal procedure goes, but I don't think there's anything that says you can't do that.
Is that your motion then? To not hold first reading? Okay. Councilman Ellis.
Second that.
Cast your votes.
Motion fails 4-3.
So again, we're back I would take a motion to introduce and hold first reading. Councilman Legman.
I'll make a motion to introduce and hold first reading with the understanding that the drainage study will be ready to go for the next meeting in 2 weeks. So would that be amended? Would I need to amend
I
it?
think that would just be the motion.
That would just be a motion.
That's just your motion.
Yeah.
Okay, that's my motion.
Councilman Gibson,
I'll second that.
cast your votes.
Motion fails 4-3.
I vote yes.
The motion carries 5-3.
Mayor, let me just look at one other section of the code here. Mayor, if you look at section 2-201, the mayor can vote when there's an equally divided council, can be the fifth vote unless otherwise prescribed by law. And I don't. Yeah, for the fifth vote. But it has to break a tie. Unless it's a matter of spending. So Mayor, I don't think you could be the fifth vote on this one specifically.
Okay,
So I
my
guess-
mistake.
Yeah.
Thank you for pointing that out.
Yes, Mayor. So I guess there's really no more action we could do on this item other than just move
Yeah,
on to the next.
You're
item.
right.
Yep.
Yep. Motion fails. We'll move on. All right, moving on to the consent agenda. All items in the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the city council, will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member or a citizen so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. Are there any items to be removed from council, staff, or the public in regards to the consent agenda? Councilman Yurger.
Yes, I'd like discussion on item 5, 7, 8, and 9, please.
Thank you. Any other items? Go ahead.
Susan Jacobus, 1805 North D Street here in Fremont. I'd like item number 10 and number 12 removed for discussion. Thank you.
Mayor, just for the council's edification and to remind the council, item number 12 is currently an ongoing litigation matter in two separate tribunals. So any discussion on that should be reserved for executive session.
Any other items from council? Seeing none, I would, okay, yes, Councilman Legman. Brad, you're on.
Oh, sorry.
Someone from the public wanted to remove 12, but we can't discuss it. So I'd say we're not going to remove it.
So I would take a motion then.
We could separate the two out, just to approve the first amendment and then vote on the second one as well. However you'd like to handle it.
Okay, we'll do it that way. So we're approving items 4,
No, 5.
4, 6, and 11. What's that? Yep, of the consent agenda. So we'll take a motion to approve items 4, 6, and 11.
Mayor, are you approving removing the other ones from the consent agenda? So I guess what we could do is take the first set of items that were requested to be removed, vote on that, and then the second set of items requested to be removed, vote on that, and then vote to approve the remaining consent agenda items.
So we need to vote 3 times for each of the different, okay,
Yeah, in order to separate them, I guess.
I see, okay. So Brad, your first ones were what?
Mine were 5, 7, 8, and 9.
So we would need a motion to remove items 5, 7, 8, and 9 from the consent agenda.
And I'll make the motion.
Thank you. Councilman Ellis,
Second that.
cast your votes.
Motion fails 4-3.
Next group of items would be items 10 and 12 to be removed. So is-
So just to be clear, the motion to remove items for separate discussion 5, 7, 8, and 9, and that motion failed, so we're not removing those items.
Correct.
Okay.
So is there a motion in regards to moving 10 and 12? Councilman Yerger,
Sure, why not? Remove items 10 and 12.
is there a second? Councilman Ellis,
Second that.
cast your votes.
Motion fails 2-5.
I would take a motion to approve consent agenda as presented.
I'd like to raise a point of inquiry.
Go ahead.
Since the council voted not to remove the items 5, 7, 8, and 9 for discussion purposes, I'd like to point out to council, there are problems with those items that didn't get discussed. In particular, there's verbiage in the resolutions that's absolutely wrong. And voting on those on consent agenda is entirely improper. And so even though I'd like to approve consent agenda, I can't vote for it because you're asking me to vote for something that's got errors in it.
Councilman Jensen,
I'll make the motion to approve the consent agenda.
Councilman Legban,
I'll second that.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 5-2.
Moving on to unfinished business, item 13. Ordinance 5555, amending ordinance 5427 as it pertains to the zoning map to rezone the property generally described as located on the west side of Jaeger Road, approximately 880 feet south of Highway 30 from R rural to PD plan development. This would be for final reading. This time we'll have staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, Jennifer Dam, Planning Director. This is the change of zone request for Project Protein that is associated with the redevelopment plan and the redevelopment project or agreement that we discussed earlier. This would allow the development of the cold storage facility with the railroad spur and the increased height to 130 feet for a portion of the building. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Jennifer? Thank you. Any comments from the public?
Good evening. Once again, Trent Sitters, attorney for the developer. Happy to answer any questions that might exist as it relates to the request for the change in the zone.
Any questions for the applicant? Thank you. Any other comments from the public? Moving on, any comments from council? Seeing no comments, Councilman Legman,
I was gonna say the same thing, seeing no comments. If everyone is okay with it, I'd like to approve ordinance make a motion to approve ordinance 5555.
Councilman Gibson,
I will second that.
cast your votes to hold final reading of ordinance 5555.
The motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
We'll now have final reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, amending Exhibit B of Ordinance 5427, specifically portions of the UDC Chapter 11 zoning subdivision and site development, Exhibit B, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability, and providing effective date on final reading.
Thank you. Hold your final vote for ordinance 5555.
Councilmember Yerger, it hasn't recorded your vote. Thank you very much. The ordinance is approved 7-0.
Moving on, item 14, ordinance 5556, annexing by voluntary petition property generally described as tax lots 33, 35, 37, and a portion of tax lot 48, along with lots 2 and 4, block 2 LJ Abbott subdivision. This would be for final reading. This time we'll have staff report.
Good evening again, Jennifer Dam, City Council, Planning Director. Getting goofy already. This is to annex the property that we just changed the zoning on, and a little bit of property in addition to that that is included in the blight and substandard area that brings it all contiguous to the existing city limits. I'd answer any questions.
Thank you, Jennifer. Any questions for staff? Councilman Yerger?
I don't have a question for this. I had a question for legal counsel before we moved on to this item, but I think a point of information cannot interrupt a mayor's speaker. So I want to make this request. The legal can be looking at it as a point of inquiry. I would specifically like to reconsider an item that was just voted on the consent agenda. I think it's within my purview to go to ask for a reconsideration of an item that's been voted on during the same meeting. I'm asking you to research that and find if that's true. I have some items that need to be corrected in that specific agenda item tonight, and so I'd like to find out whether or not that's possible.
I'll find that out. I know you certainly can bring it back at another meeting, but
A contract will be let by then. I think it needs to happen tonight. So if you could check on whether or not can bring that back for reconsideration during the course of another meeting, I appreciate it.
If we're gonna do that, I would prefer we wait to the end so we can work through these items and deal with one by one.
yes, Mayor.
Okay. So now we're at comments from the public.
Mayor, council members, once again, Trent Sitters for the applicant. Going back to something that Councilman Yerger mentioned earlier, this is part of the process. This is one of the steps in the order that we need to take for the annexation of the property so that it can be properly subject to the redevelopment agreement. And so bringing that within the limits of the city of Fremont is required for the redevelopment project.
Thank
Happy
you.
to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, any additional comments from the public? Any comments from the council? Councilman Yerger?
I move approval of ordinance 5556, first reading, or I guess it's final reading, sorry.
Councilwoman Ganem?
Second,
Cast your votes to hold final reading of 5556.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
We'll now have final reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, annexing by voluntary petition property generally described as tax lots 33, 35, 37, and a portion of tax lot 48, along with lots 2 and 4, block 2, LJ Abbott subdivisions, all located in section 2, township 17, north range 8, east of the 6 PM, Dodge County, Nebraska, and extending the corporate limits to include said real estate, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability, and providing an effective date on final reading.
Thank you, Tyler. Please cast your final vote for ordinance 5556.
Ordinance 5556 is approved 7-0.
Moving on, item 15, ordinance 5557, amending exhibit B of ordinance 5427, specifically to table 11-502.02 institutional, recreation, and amusement uses of the Unified Development Code to add the use personal campsite. This would be for final reading. We'll have staff report.
This proposal is just to add personal campsite to table 11-50202. Personal campsite is later defined in the definitions section, which is another ordinance further down the line, as an area used by private property owners and their guests for transient occupancy or lodging in a camping unit. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jennifer. Any questions for staff? Councilman Yerger?
So this particular insertion of a new definition for personal campsite does involve the consideration of what a camping unit entails, correct?
Right. This particular ordinance is just adding personal campsite to the table. The other components are added later.
Right, but but they will be interrelated.
Yes.
Okay, because my concern is that as we move forward on this, a personal campsite is going to include things like trailers and RVs. That will be the definition that we get to for camping unit, I believe. And so because of that, I'm concerned that personal campsite can be located on any of these rural properties, assuming that like these might be acreages, for example, and therefore your neighbors in the neighboring acreage might object or want to object to having those type of motor vehicles, trailers and campers, et cetera, of that magnitude adjacent to their property. And if we put this in as a P permitted use, they have no capability of making any discussion or argument on the matter. I believe that a more appropriate table change, if we're doing this, is for it to be conditional use, not permitted use, so that the public and adjacent property owners might at least be able to raise an item of consideration. But if we make it P, they have no opportunity. And as I indicated earlier, I think we're here to make sure that we defend the health, public, and safety concerns of the area. And there are some questions that are unanswered about this definition as it relates to those camping units with regards to sanitary conditions and other things that aren't approached by just putting this in the table and making it permitted, because we don't even know what other codes then they'll have to adhere to. So I would move to amend this enough at the least from being a permitted use to a conditional use.
Before we entertain that, we got to get through comments from the public. Right now, is there any other comments or questions for Jennifer in regards to this? Thank you, Jennifer. Are there any other comments from the public? Seeing none, any additional comments from council? Councilman Legman.
Are you the one who recommended this, or is the company that's going to be doing helping us with our UDC? Or are they the ones recommending these? So we get a start.
Yeah, these are, there is an attached memo. I didn't attach it to each staff report. But these are part of the expedited zoning amendments that House of Levine looked at. This particular one was looked at because the, excuse me, the campground is a conditional use that required people to go through a 2-month process just to put a camper on their property by the river to allow it to be used. But yes, this is being recommended and was drafted by House of Levine.
Any other additional comments from council? Councilman Ellis, and if you guys want to, please.
So Jennifer, just let me clarify this. If two property owners own property right next to each other and one decides to put a camper or 2 or 3 on there, the other one has no recourse whatsoever to say that, you know, he's affecting my view. There's no recourse. It is a permissible task, and there's no recourse for the other owner.
It would be a permissible use within the confines of a change that is two ordinances later that talks about the requirements, the use specific requirements for a personal campsite. They have to meet the required setbacks. A minimum of 1,500 square feet of lot area is provided per camping unit. A maximum of 2 campers are allowed. And it can't be occupied for more than 180 continuous days in a calendar year. No porches, no lean-tos, no sheds can
That's-
be
Is that 2
attached to the
campers
building.
per lot, or what does that mean, 2 campers?
Yes,
2 campers per acre, per,
per lot.
okay, thank you.
Again, it's in the R district only.
Okay.
Councilman Yerger.
Conditional use.
Is there a second? Motion dies for lack of second. Is there any other comments? Councilman Jensen?
If there's no further comments, I'll just move that we hold third and final reading of ordinance 557.
Councilman Legban,
I'll second that.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 6-1, Mayor.
We'll now have final reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, amending Exhibit B of Ordinance 5427, specifically portions of the UDC, Chapter 11, zoning subdivision and site development, Exhibit B, for providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability, and providing an effective date on final reading.
Please cast your final vote for this ordinance.
Motion carries 6-1, Mayor.
Moving on, item 16, ordinance 5558, amending exhibit B of ordinance 5427, specifically table 11-502.03, commercial uses to add car wash, delete non-transient lodging services, add restaurant drive-through, and add kennels to small animal boarding facilities. Again, this would be for final reading. We'll have staff report.
Again, this is the third reading to add or delete these particular items. Car wash is conditional, proposed to be conditional in the SC, limited in the GC, limited in the light industrial, permitted in general industrial, and conditional in the business park or in the planned development district. Totally remove non-transient lodging services because it's the same definition as transient lodging services, and add restaurant drive-through as a conditional use in the general commercial and planned development districts. And again, add the word kennels to small animal boarding facilities.
Thank you. Councilwoman Ganem.
I would move that we accept this resolution.
Thank you. We would have to get a couple more ways down the line here, but
yes.
we'll get to it. Councilman Yerger, questions for staff?
I have a question for legal before I get to questions for staff. Generally speaking, Fremont Municipal Code needs to emulate state law. You agree with that statement? Yes? I have some documents I'd like to enter into the record, please. I'll pass this side.
Take a motion to receive. Councilman Yerger. You make a motion to receive.
Yes, please. Motion to receive.
Councilman Ellis. Cast your votes to receive.
Motion carries 6-1.
Go ahead, Councilman Yerger.
I passed these documents out for council to consider. State law statute 54-626 specifically deals with the definitions of boarding kennel, which is one of the attributes of what we're considering in this particular ordinance change. They're requesting to insert and define kennel. And the definition that has been proposed for consideration does not follow the language of state law. And in addition to it not following the language of state law, it doesn't follow Department of Agriculture definitions, which are also codified in their rules and regulation based on state law. And so it's my belief that this particular code needs to do that. And so I would ask the staff whether or not there are currently any kennels in the city of Fremont.
Just to clarify for Councilmember Yerger, this definition only applies to the Commercial Dog and Cat Operator Inspection Act. It doesn't prohibit the city of Fremont from having a different or non-comporting definition.
So you think that kennels won't be inspected?
I'm saying the application of this definition is strictly to that act.
Yeah, and the Dog and Cat Act controls all of these animal facilities that are inspected by the Department of Ag, including kennels.
Well, I'm saying the definition that you provided is inapplicable to what we're doing. You could certainly say that we want ours to be the exact same as state statute, but it's not required to.
Okay, so I renew my request of staff. Are there any kennels in the city of Fremont? Currently?
Jennifer, are there any kennels?
I mean, I'll answer for Jennifer. I don't know. I mean, I don't
Well,
know.
if we don't know that there are kennels in the city of Fremont, I'm curious as to why it is an emergency for us to modify the UDC to encodify kennels as a part of our operating procedures, if in fact we have no kennels. On the last agenda item, it was apparently urgent that we make some changes because people wanted to put campers on their camper sites, so there was a request. Did kennels in the city of Fremont make a request of staff to put this into city code?
So the
And-
purpose for this, under kennels, if you look at the definition, which is a later item on the agenda, it includes the boarding care, training services for dogs, cats, and similar small animals, reptiles, and birds. That language is added to the existing definition. And typical uses include boarding kennels, pet motels, dog training centers, animal daycare facilities, and licensed catteries. That is language that is proposed to be added. That way it covers the Humane Society, it covers Forever Friends, it covers boarding kennels or pet motels and dog training centers. The recommendation is that we do that so that those are actually covered in the language of the use in our zoning code.
Okay.
Otherwise, they're not covered.
Thank you for clarifying that. And now I resurrect my discussion with council from a moment ago when he said the Dog and Cat Act doesn't apply. And animal control facilities, animal rescues, animal shelters incorporated by Humane Society are in fact controlled by the Dog and Cat Act and specifically defined by state statute.
Well, first of all, that's not at all what I said. I said that that definition is strictly to be applied to the state statute. It's how you read a statute. This has nothing to do with what your opinion of what the definition should be.
I understand, but the staff just said that in fact, the intent of this is to encompass all of those various items under the term kennel, which is a commercial, which is a commercial operation. The sheltering, not sheltering, the boarding of animals for a fee. That's a business.
It's irrelevant to what the
But
definition is in the
staff just
statute.
said, but staff just said that this actually encompasses even more than that. It encompasses these other definitions of animals.
I'm sure they took from them because it's a good guide to use, but sometimes it doesn't comport to what Fremont wants.
And Fremont doesn't need to comport to the definitions of animal rescue, animal control facility, or animal shelter.
The definition
understand.
provided there is not to tell states how to define terms in their city code.
There any other questions for staff? Is there any other is there comments from the public? Any comments from council? Councilman Yerger.
I'd like to make a motion to continue this ordinance indefinitely.
There was, I believe, a prior motion from Councilwoman Ganem to approve, correct?
Yes, but a privileged motion takes precedence over it. If a motion was on the table, I'm not sure, but
I
the
don't-
motion to table is a privileged motion.
Okay, all right. Is there a second? Motion fails, lack of second. Councilman Legman,
Make a motion to approve ordinance 5558.
Councilman Yerger, can you?
Seconded.
I guess it would go to Councilwoman Ganem since she had it first. Do you want to keep your motion current?
Okay.
Okay, all right. So it's a Councilman Legban, Councilwoman Ganem, you second? Okay. Cast your votes.
Motion carries 6-1 to hold final reading.
Thank you, Tyler. We'll now have final reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, amending Exhibit B of Ordinance 5427, specifically portions of the UDC Chapter 11 zoning, subdivision, and site development Exhibit B, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability, and providing an effective date on final reading.
Please hold your final vote for ordinance 5558.
Motion carries 6-1, Mayor.
Item 17, ordinance 5559, amending exhibit B of ordinance 5427.
Mayor, I believe you said 5558 was 5560, wasn't it?
No, it's 5558.
5558.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
No, it happens to me, so. All right, we're at item 17, ordinance 5559, amending exhibit B of ordinance 5427, specifically section 11-504.02. Use specific provisions to revise the provisions for campground and add personal campsite. This would be for final reading. We'll have staff report.
Good evening, Jennifer Dam, Planning Director. This pertains to the use-specific regulations for campgrounds and personal campsites. It amends campgrounds and it adds use-specific requirements for campsites. Basically, what that means is that a campsite, a personal campsite needs to follow these requirements. Campground still is a conditional use, and then the rest of the changes really are just wordsmithing as recommended by House Hill Levy. I would be happy to answer questions.
Any questions for staff? Councilman Yerger?
Is it correct then that the changes that you've set forth here affect 50402 and 50202, but they specifically do not address 14-112 or 11-80302?
14-112 is specifically what?
I don't have it in front of me. I look it up before.
I don't either.
It has to do with this particular campsite and campground ordinances and the requirements. So I'm just
So
trying to
Other
vet.
sections of the code still need to be followed. This is just the zoning requirements and the use requirements within the zoning.
I understand. And I raised this concern at the last council meeting, and I'm just going to raise it broadly for all of these ones that we're considering now. And my overall concern for what we're doing here is a piecemeal approach to modifying the UDC. And by changing the glossary, as we're going to do later, as changing some of the tables and a few of the definitions, my concern is that we end up with a mismatch of some tables and zoning codes and definitions that don't comport with other areas of the UDC, which are not being considered and rewritten at this time. A process and procedure that was specifically admonished by Adams and Sullivan several months ago as to, since we're rewriting the UDC, we should not be using a piecemeal approach that only gets us in trouble with regards to fixing some things and not others and making the UDC unworkable unbeknowingly, not purposefully, but unbeknowingly, because we're not being comprehensive in our approach, which is what the consultant's job is to do. And my personal belief is we'd be far better off if we were making these recommendations to the consultant for incorporation on our behalf, rather than trying to incorporate some along the way and not fixing the rest of the code that goes along with them. I think it's extremely dangerous. And that's why I've been opposed to these, because I think it should be more comprehensive. That's what Adams and Sullivan told us in the first place. And I don't think that all of the codes that we're going to be looking at in some of these are specifically going to fit the provisions of campsite and personal campsite when we get into whether or not some of these things are going to be taken into account specifically in section 10 of our UDC.
Yeah, Councilman Legban.
Yeah, my suggestion is why don't you call the professionals? Why don't you call Adams and Levine? They're the ones suggesting these changes in this wording and termination so that they have a place to start from. Why don't you call them and tell them that? Tell the professionals maybe they're doing it wrong. Tell the people who have been doing this for years and years and are professionals how to do their job.
Any comments from the public? Any additional comments from council? Seeing none, I would take a motion to hold final reading. Councilman Jensen.
I'll put the motion to hold final reading of ordinance 5559. I think I got it right.
Councilman Gibson,
I will second that.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 6-1 to hold final reading.
We'll now have final reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, amending Exhibit B of Ordinance 5427, specifically portions of the UDC Chapter 11 zoning subdivision and site development, Exhibit B, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability, and providing an effective date on final reading.
Cast your final vote.
Ordinance is approved 6-1, Mayor.
Item 18, ordinance 5560, amending Exhibit B of ordinance 5427, specifically section 11-504.03, use specific provisions to add restaurant, drive-through, and car wash, and to revise service station and small animal boarding facility / kennel, and to strike non-transient lodging services. This would be for final reading. We'll have staff report.
Again, this is third reading. These are the use-specific requirements for car wash, restaurant, drive-through, small animal boarding facility, service station, and it strikes non-transient lodging services. If there's any new questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Councilman Yerger.
Just one. Do these changes apply futuristically or retroactively or both?
Futuristically,
So for example, using Dodge County Humane Society as an example, they'll be changing their status from animal control facility to probably shelter under the provisions of law because they're a humane society. These won't affect them.
under the zoning requirement, they would fall under the category of small animal boarding facility / kennel.
By the
Other
new- By
aspects
the new
of-
definition, they would, yes.
Other aspects of the code apply to whether or not they're an animal control facility. That's a little bit different.
Yeah, I don't think you'll find any code on animal control facility, but thanks.
Any other questions for staff? Thank you. Any comments from the public? Seeing none, any additional comments from council? I would take a motion in regards to holding final reading of ordinance 5560. Councilman Legban,
I make a motion to hold final reading of ordinance 5560.
Councilman Sukram,
Second that.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 6-1, Mayor.
We'll now have final reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, amending Exhibit B of ordinance 5427, specifically portions of the UDC Chapter 11, zoning subdivision and site development, Exhibit B, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability and providing an effective date on final reading.
Please cast your final vote.
Ordinance is approved 6-1.
Moving on to item 19, ordinance 5561, amending exhibit B of ordinance 5427, specifically section 11-616B regarding encroachments into required yards, specifically to allow egress windows to encroach into the required yard by 3 feet and to allow ADA ramps to encroach into required yards provided 3 feet remains. This would be for final reading. We'll have staff report.
Jennifer Dam, Planning Director. This is the third and final reading for this. The impetus behind this particular issue is to allow safety with the egress window wells, to allow them to encroach into the required yard. That would, if people put egress window wells in, it allows people to get out of a basement in the case of a fire. It's the same thing really as a fire escape or a stairway or a balcony. And similarly, ADA ramps, we feel it's important for people to be able to have access into their house if they have need of a ramp.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? Councilman Yerger?
I believe this is probably the only piece of code that we're under consideration tonight that actually is new. I didn't find any other ADA compliance sections in the UDC at all. So this is truly new and it's pretty much standalone, right?
It specifically deals with an encroachment into the required yard and specifically for those ADA ramps, yes. The parking session does deal with handicap parking spaces of the UDC. And then the building code is the area of our municipal code that deals with more in-depth ADA requirements.
All right, thanks.
Any other questions for staff? Any comments from the public? Any additional comments from council? Councilman Yerger?
Make a motion to approve ordinance 5561.
Councilwoman Ganem?
Second.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
We'll now have final reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, amending Exhibit B of ordinance 5427, specifically portions of the UDC Chapter 11 zoning subdivision and site development. Exhibit B, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability and providing an effective date on final reading.
Thank you. Please cast your final vote.
Motion carries 7-0. The ordinance is approved.
Item 20, ordinance 5562, amending exhibit B of ordinance 5427, specifically section 11-920 of the Unified Development Code regarding the definitions of campground, camping unit, car wash, duplex, dwelling unit, kennel, lodging house, lot, multifamily, personal campsite, row home, service station, storage yard, townhome, and transient lodging services. This would be for final reading. We'll have staff report.
This is the final piece of this expedited zoning amendment. It includes the definition, which are intended to clarify the different uses that were just discussed, campground, camping unit, car wash, and so forth, into the definitions. I would be happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? Councilwoman Ganem?
Yeah, I was just curious because we have duplexes separated by a firewall, the party walls, firewall, multifamily units up to 3 or so separated by firewalls. Then you get to row homes because they have 2 additional homes. They're not required to do a firewall.
They are.
Each one. Are they?
Yeah. They are.
Okay. It didn't say it. And so that's why I
Yeah.
wasn't sure.
Yeah, they are.
So we may want to say firewall.
It's specified in the building code that they need to
Well,
have a firewall.
I figured the fire marshal wouldn't let us get by without that.
And actually, The building code requires a firewall with a duplex because the city of Fremont specifically amended it to require a firewall. It's put in here for a duplex for clarity because the International Building Code or Residential Code without that specific amendment doesn't require a firewall. But if you want to split the property in half, you have to have a firewall. So it's really there to help people
Oh, as
with-
it should be.
with clarity.
Okay,
So
it
that's the
just
purpose.
wasn't clarified as the others. It wasn't written as the others.
Yeah.
In this, it said that the party wall had to be firewall. So that's why I wondered. Thank you.
Councilman Yerger?
So just to be clear, the discussion that we had and the comments made by Councilmember Legband about the consultant doing their job. Many of these definitions, I'm sure will grant me, affect far more statutes than the ones that we're modifying by changing the definitions that we're doing here this evening. Would you agree with that? Some of these might be as few as perhaps 6 or 8 additional codes. And some of them might be additional references to 20 or 30 or more codes, which are not on our plate tonight, but are going to be potentially impacted by these definitional changes. And the consultant hasn't offered you any advice or timeline for when those particular pieces will be amended to coincide with the glossary of terms changes?
The definitions are being recommended so that there is more consistency across the UDC. While there may be changes recommended in the future that affect duplexes or row homes, this right now, as described in the staff report, helps provide clarity and consistency with the existing UDC.
Okay, well, camping units, personal campsites are going to fall under camping units, and they're going to be largely governed by requirements in section 10-800 with regards to mobility, days in service, sanitary conditions, trash, access to
Again,
roads, and
the
all of those
the
kinds of
zoning
things.
uses are one part of the code. Other parts of the code are things that have to be met as well. When you create a zoning code,
Right.
you don't go through the entire municipal code necessarily to make sure everything specifically lines up. You try and make sure it's coordinated within the zoning ordinance itself.
Right, but it would be nice if they actually work together complementary so that we don't end up with a situation where zoning says one thing and municipal code says something else and they're not compatible because we didn't look. I have a question with regards to the terminology of junk that's listed in the definition for storage yard. Does that give you any pause as to where facilities that store junk would be located within the city? Based on the changes in the glossary and the sections of code that you're rewriting?
No.
You're taking non-transient lodging services completely out of the definitional category. It won't exist. Is that right?
That's correct, because as described earlier, we have transient lodging services and non-transient lodging services, and they're defined the exact same way in the existing code, which makes no sense.
Okay, but you don't have any intentions at this time to modifying section 11-80302, which deals with non-transient lodging services.
That was amended.
11-80302?
I believe so.
Well, it's something that's not covered under storage yards definitions. It's not covered under non-transient, to my knowledge. Lodging house uses it as well, but it doesn't seem to be a piece of code that we're changing. I think it just gets to my point that we haven't necessarily covered everything that ties together, and we're going to end up with some situations where these changes don't fit with other parts of code. And to that, I'll just rest my case.
Any other questions for staff? Councilman Ligman?
Yeah, I don't have a question. I just want to thank you. You put a lot of time and effort and work into this.
Thank you.
And I just, again, want to thank you for doing all the work you do, and it's very well appreciated.
Thank you.
Any comments from the public? Any additional comments from council? Seeing none, I take a motion to hold final reading. Councilman Gibson,
I'll make that motion.
Councilman Legban,
I'll second that.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 6-1, Mayor.
Please cast your final vote.
How we do final
Oh,
readings?
my fault.
Sorry.
We'll have final reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, amending Exhibit B of Ordinance 5427, specifically portions of the UDC Chapter 11 zoning subdivision and site development, Exhibit B, for providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability and providing an effective date on final reading.
Thank you, Tyler. Look. Now cast your final vote.
Ordinance is approved 6-1, Mayor.
Time is now 9:05. We'll take a 10-minute break.
Zagle one.
Thank you, Mark.
How you doing?
Appreciate it.
It really, it's been a long road so far already. We're just starting.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Yep, yep.
Okay.
Crazy, yeah, I had a contact with the North Fork, was there, we met, there for breakfast, and I just gave him a call and said, hey, who do you know? And ended up coming out first. It just ended up working it out. I spoke to him for about 15 minutes. He lives out in California. And he's just doing a video from his house. Yeah. But it's specific to Fremont. He's quite a character. I mean, well, it'll be great. Hopefully you tune in, so.
Wasn't he on the Family Ties? Yeah.
Yeah, he did Fireproof and Courageous and. Yeah, Growing Pains.
Growing Pains, yeah.
Mike Seaver.
Yeah, yeah. I couldn't remember. It was one of
I even
those.
watched that. No.
No, like, I don't know, I didn't go there the other weekend, after all that rain, but
case, like after the one heavy rain, we had like flooded the hallway. And so they finally got it approved to like go ahead with it, like surprising that he was planning to come down and just like eat the cost of whatever the other lowest bid was. That way this. But there's like 3 feet of smaller on the bottom half of the road, right? So that's probably. They finally made their problems. So they replaced pretty much all the sheeting along that 3 feet or whatever. And then
I don't see you muted, Dave. Dave,
Yes,
There he is.
there you are.
can you hear me?
Go ahead. I introduced item 25 already, so, yeah. Go ahead and
Okay.
give your staff report.
I guess it was blank on my end.
Okay.
Yes, this is to award the contract for the public improvements on the North Lincoln Avenue and 29th Street project. Bids were taken. Two contractors submitted bids. The low bid was Young Construction with a bid price of $2,046,276. This is for paving, sanitary sewer, water, storm sewers, grading and seeding, and erosion control, etc. For this project.
Thank you. Any questions for staff?
And the contractors are here too, if there's any questions.
Okay. Councilman Yerger?
Yes, Dave, I'm wondering if out of that $2 million of the entire project, what you just said covers more than paving, you know what the paving portion was specifically as a component of the bid?
I don't have that information right offhand. No, I don't.
Dave, did you catch that?
Yes, did you hear my comment?
No.
Oh, I said, no, I don't have that number right offhand. It's probably 2/3 of that price.
So is that in excess then, I would sound like, of your capital plan that we saw a few meetings ago with regards to the 29th Street and Lincoln project? I think it was $800,000.
I believe that was the 1 and 6 year plan, but yes, it is
Good.
in excess of that, correct. But this project also was expanded in the meantime as well. We added Lincoln Road from 29th Street to 32nd Street, and then a segment of about 400 feet east of Lincoln Road on 32nd Street. So my original estimate did not take that into account.
Do you know what the distance is for 29th Street from Jaeger to Lincoln?
No, I don't. I don't have that offhand. Give me a second. I can pull it up on Google Earth and find it for you, though. Bear with me for a second.
I'm just trying to correlate the numbers that we're seeing tonight on the bid, and I have no problems that I'm aware of with regards to the bid and the bid cycle. I'm just trying to put this in context to what we've seen historically relative to this project. Back in the original LB 840 funding, this project was $700,000, and then recently we saw it up to $800,000. And I asked about inflationary costs relative to some of this discussion, and I believe the city administrator said the expectation was that inflationary costs would be a decrease, not an increase. And yet I think what we're seeing is the inflationary effects of an increase, and that's because of labor and construction costs and the like in today's world versus several years ago. I think it's probably expected to be inflation, and the bidder can probably answer those questions. But I'm just curious, as you could set the foundation for that, and knowing the distance of this street would be helpful in 29.
The distance of 29th Street from Jaeger Road to Lincoln Road is approximately 1,300 feet.
1,300, thank you.
Yes.
Councilwoman Ganem?
I have a few questions for you, Dave, because you have to use a special type of concrete in the roads there. Does he have access? Does that company have access to purchase that?
Yes, they've done work for us in the past, and they have met the city spec. The city spec basically follows the state of Nebraska, and they are certified by the state of Nebraska. I've talked to the Department of Roads on that same question as well.
Okay, right. And how do you check this for specifications?
Pardon me?
So you check to make sure that they are meeting specifications?
Yes, they provide a mix design to us, and that mix design, meets the state requirements.
Okay, I just wondered how you knew that they were meeting the specifications.
Same as we do with anyone else, they provide their mix data to us.
Okay, and I know he has had some work with you before, so you've had an opportunity to work with him. I think he has Morningside. That's not quite complete yet. So you've had no issues. There's a great savings to, I mean, there's $140,000 difference. And sometimes, as the state's learned, it doesn't always make the best choice sometimes. That's why I was just asking the background on how you have, how you know they're meeting the specifications as far as materials and certainly, your work relationship with them. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions for Dave? Seeing none, any comments from the public?
Susan Jacobus, 1805 North D Street here in Fremont. At roughly an approximate paving cost of $1.4 million is more than just a little bit of an increase from the supposed 700,000 to 800,000 it was going to cost when this was first thrown down. Fiscally, it's rather irresponsible to do a reimbursement of over $12,000 an acre, because that consideration could have easily paid for the overrun on now on the concrete. That said, there's additional infrastructure costs on there. So now you have a $2 million plus price tag. The original 800,000 in the 1 and 6 year plan is all that was put in the 1 and 6 year plan. You now are going to have additional concrete costs in there. Tech Park's costs already exceed over $3 million. And that's without the additional costs with the added infrastructure that you have given away for free, nor does it take in consideration some of the penalties that have been put in place against the city by one of the contracts. I would ask you to take a good serious look at what this is going to do to the rest of the city as far as your paving projects. You're taking literally, and you can roll your eyeballs, Mr. Legband. However, the issue is that you're taking another $1 million off the table for taxpayers for street improvements. Just on C Street, at the intersection of 18th and C and beyond going to Clarkson, you might as well be on a gravel road with ruts in it. There's a lot of streets like that. And I have never complained because it's just part of the cost of doing business in the city. But we forgave some of those projects and set them aside so we can get the expressway built to the tune of $30 million, the cost of the city. And now here's another $1 million on the table. Where's this money coming from? 800,000 is actually what you approved March 9th at your meeting for the 1 and 6 year plan. Where's the additional monies coming from? And what project's going to be set aside for this? What else is going to be earmarked? This is part of your fiscal responsibility. And these are some of the questions you should find out. So trusting the experts that had said it before, it was an $800,000 price tag according to the city administrator. So that's what got plugged into the 1 and 6 year plan. Who is paying for those infrastructure costs? Is this the price of doing business? You wanted to push back against 500 residents of the city for some of the impact of what the tech park is doing to them, or could potentially do if we don't address drainage. Where's the burden on the taxpayers now going to be? This additional $1 million off the table.
I think the applicant's here. Let's go ahead and state your name, address for the record.
Yes, Scott Weekhorst, General Manager for Young Construction, 12 Ginger Cove Road, Valley, Nebraska. Maybe I can shed a little light onto that last question. I think the bid on this for just the paving was about, I believe, $760,000. for the concrete. The additional monies are for fill material to raise the street, storm sewer, sanitary sewer, water. I'm sure you guys are aware of this, but I just wanted to put it on record so everybody knew what it was for. Additionally, you're asking about the materials. We own 2 concrete plants. We make our own concrete. It is state certified. Both plants are. This gives us quite an advantage, and we pass that advantage along to the cities that we work for. And in 38 years of bidding to the city of Fremont, we have never been over an engineer's estimate in 38 years. On this project alone, we came in $450,000 lower than the engineer's estimate. We try to do a good job for you folks. We've had conflict with utility companies in the past that have delayed some of the projects. We have not asked for any extra funds for that. We have not asked for one extra dime. We wait. Your folks get the gas lines or water lines moved out of the way. We stay on site with our equipment, and we don't ask for any extra money. That's what we've done for the city of Fremont over the last 38 years. One of the few contractors that can state that they have their own concrete plants. We have our own trucks. We can deliver and we can get it done. And we've done this in 1 generation. And I know I'm one of the only contractors in the state of Nebraska who can state that. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them for you.
Councilman Yerger.
So by my asking questions, I'm not disputing your bid, so don't take my question. I just wanted to be clear. So you said that the paving side of this $2 million bid was $760,000, and that's for 29th Street and the Lincoln Street extension both?
Yes, sir.
And so that leaves about $1.2 million, which will cover fill, sewer, and water for the same area. Is that?
Erosion,
that's
yes, sir,
correct?
including erosion control, seeding, sodding, so forth.
Is there any way that you can break the $1.2 million down to take out the fill and seeding and the like, just as a general ballpark? And if we were just looking at sewer and water, any idea what those components would run by themselves?
Well, the bid tab-
Ballpark, I don't want you
Yeah,
to.
okay, the bid tab should be in the city's hands, but I've got, I believe, my original estimate on this. So the accuracy be within about 10%. You're asking about fill?
No, I'd like to exclude the fill and the seeding and just get to sewer and water,
Okay.
curbing the things that would relate to streets and the sewer and water that you're putting in that sometimes the city does on its own.
Okay. The sewer and water were both approximately 200,000 for
Thank
sewer
you.
and water. So,
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilwoman Ganem.
thank you. Thank you for your time, Councilman. Thank you, Councilman, Councilwoman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments from the public? Seeing none, any additional comments from council? Councilman Yerger.
I'd like to make a motion to approve resolution 2021-049.
Shut off. Councilwoman Ganem.
I'd like to second that.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Now moving on to item 21, which would be ordinance 5563, approving sale of the Tech Park property to Brian Levander to operate body shop business. This again would be for second reading. We'll have staff report.
Mayor, City Council, Brian Newton, City Administrator. We introduced this last meeting. Brian Levander talked about his business and how he proposes to build to another shop here in Fremont. I think you heard him say he's got 6 or 7 different shops around the country, and I think we're lucky to have him come to our business park. If you look at the agreement, you will see an amendment. We've added number 9, closing costs to the agreement. that had been something we put in prior agreements and somehow it got missed. And so we've added it. Mr. Lavender knows that we've added it and he's in agreement to it. It just simply clarifies who's paying what on the closing costs. And so it just makes sure that we have that in writing. So other than that, there are no additional changes. And you notice the purchase agreement has the legal description and a plat established already. So we're not waiting for that. So I'll take any questions.
Any questions for staff? Any comments from the public? Seeing none, any comments from council? Councilman Yerger?
I know that this has been in process before. We're just now getting to the second reading, I guess, on this particular item. Raised these issues once before with regards to the Tech Park sales, which started out as a lot price of $32,500, less if you contribute the requisite number of employees, you get a $12,192 discount for leaving the net price per lot of around $20,000 or so. And yet, as it has been stated by members of the public and some other media that I've read as well, the city has over $50,000 invested in these lots between what we paid for the lighted and substandard ground in the first place, the improvements that we've already put in, and now with the improvements that we just discussed that are going to cost us more than it was originally estimated, which were also not anticipated or built into the lot sale price. Continuing to sell lots at less than half their value might be good to fill up the business park. But I don't think that it's particularly a good use of taxpayer funds to be funding all of that rather than to collect from what we're buying. I think if most developers sold their property with their infrastructure that they were invested in for half of what they had invested, they'd be broke in a hurry. And I don't know why we run the city's business reflecting the same thing. So it concerns me that we're still continuing down this road on this particular item at the price that we're offering, because I think we should have been adjusting it upward once the movement at the tech park started to fill in pretty rapidly. So.
Any other comments from council? I would take a motion to hold second reading. Ordinance 5563. Councilman Legban,
I make a motion to hold second reading of ordinance 5563.
Councilman Gibson,
I'll second that motion.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 6-1, Mayor.
We'll now have second reading.
An ordinance pertaining to the sale and conveyance of real estate owned by the city of Fremont, Nebraska to Brian Levander pursuant to Nebraska law on second reading.
Moving on to new business. Item 22, resolution 2021-048, approving the redevelopment agreement for the Project Protein Redevelopment Project, authorizing the issuance of tax increment financing indebtedness. This time we'll have a staff report.
Good evening, Jennifer Dam, Planning Director. This is the agreement that was approved earlier by the Community Development Authority for the Project Protein Tax Increment Financing Project. I'd be available for any questions.
Any questions for staff? Any comments from the public?
Mayor, council members, once again, Trent Sitters on behalf of the applicant developer. As Jennifer indicated, this is the last step in the process as it relates to the redevelopment project and the tax increment financing. Happy to answer any questions you might have about that. Also want to take a minute to thank the city staff, city administrator, planning director. Everybody's been very helpful and very responsive. And that kind of assistance certainly helps for economic development in the community. And appreciate your time and questions at the meetings as well.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. Any other comments from the public? Any comments from council? Seeing none, I would take a motion in regards to this item. Councilman Jensen,
I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2021-048.
Councilwoman Ganem,
I second the motion.
cast your votes.
The motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Item 23, ordinance 5564, establishing rate schedules for electricity consumed by customers of the municipal electric system. This would be first reading and requesting to suspend rules and hold final reading. This time we'll have staff report.
Mayor, City Council, Brian Eden, City Administrator. Let me give you a little background before we get into this particular ordinance, because it has to do with the next item on the agenda on the agreement that we're asking you to approve. We've been trying, well, for 13 years now, trying to get a data center in the tech park unsuccessfully. Over the last couple of years, we've been working with this particular company to come in and put a data center in the tech park. Been unsuccessful. We think we have a deal cut now. It won't be in the tech park. They don't really want a greenfield site. They're proposing to lease Bill Eckler's building on Airport Road and put in a data center on Airport Road. And so, which it's been 2 years since we started the discussion with them. And when he contacted me here recently, I said, well, we can't allow you to have a 5-year deal. We simply don't have enough power to give you. We would rather hold that last available power that we have for Holstone. So when Holstone finishes their second addition, their expansion to do the second shift, we would hold the 10 megawatts for them. But I've got 3 years left. And they said, okay, fine, we'll take a 3-year deal. And so what you have before you tonight is an amendment to repeal, or I'm sorry, an ordinance to repeal the old rate ordinance to make a couple of slight changes to accommodate a 3-year deal for this particular company. And so let me walk you down through the changes. If you look in section 1, we have struck out all the old language that you put in effect the last time you approved this. It's not effective anymore. Those rates have already went into place, so they're no longer needed in the ordinance. And that happens to be in section 1, section 2, section 3, section 4. We just simply struck the old language. Section 5, section 6, section 7, we struck the old language. Section 8 is where I'm asking you to make a couple of slight changes. First section of section 8, it was initially set up to be initially set up that they had to meet all 5 of these criteria. Remember, this particular section, Economic Development Service, got put into place when Costco came. The state allows us to have an economic development rate. This mirrors nearly identical to what the state law allows us to do. We simply have amended this or asked you to say that they ought to meet 3 of the 4 criteria. And the one that they're not going to be able to meet is D, simply because they're not doing a 5-year deal. So they're not going to the state. They're not applying for an economic development project under state law. So therefore they won't meet D. And so they'll meet the other 3, but they won't meet D, which again allows us to go ahead and move forward to this because it's a 3-year term. Second paragraph, this rate is only available for a period up to 5 years, as again, and it's subject to the terms of the agreement you'll have next on the agenda. So it allows us to go up to 5. In this particular case, we're not letting them have 5. We're only letting them have 3 years is the most we'll let them have. We struck after the November 19th because that's no longer relevant. The rest of the ordinance is nearly identical, except we added a paragraph, and this applies also to Costco, is that they're non-firm noticed interruptible service. Subject to the terms and conditions of the electric service agreement, A service may be terminated anytime given customer advance notice. And we did that during the polar vortex for Costco. I gave them a call. We asked them not to run on Monday when the load was so high. And so they've honored that. This company understands that as well, is that their service is subject to interruption anytime we need them to interrupt. That's why the cheap rate. And so that sums up the change to the ordinance. We're not raising rates. This is just a special case for this one company to come in. What this allows us to do, so again, big picture view, what this allows us to do, and the reason we've been looking for a data farm like this to come in, is that many times during the night, and Jeff Shanahan is here, and Jeff knows better than I do, but many times at the night when we're running Unit 8, our load is lower than what we can throttle Unit 8 down to. And when that happens, oftentimes at night, the power prices that we're selling power into the grid at are negative prices. So not only overproducing for our load, but what we overproduce, we're getting negative dollars for, and we're losing money selling power all night long. That's why we've been trying to recruit a data farm, a data center, is because it's 10 megawatts of load, it's 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, and it will fill in that gap that we will no longer have to sell power at a loss during those low periods of low usage. That's why this is good for us. This is good for the utilities, it's good for the city for the 3-year periods while we're waiting for Holstone to come online. Once Holstone comes online, obviously we're not going to allow this cheap rate to be had anymore. We can get full retail rate from Holstone. Does that make sense? And so these amendments to the rate and to the agreement you see are allowing this company to come in just for a short period of time. Okay, and with that, I'll take any questions. Or if you have questions for Jeff too.
Councilman Jensen.
Well, just to make sure I'm understanding you correctly, so they'll come in for 3 years at those rates. At the end of 3 years, they're not done. They'll still be here, but they'll pay more for power. Am I understanding that correctly?
I think they're just signing a 3-year lease agreement. I don't know what they're going to do at the end of 3 years in their particular business. They can move anywhere. They follow cheap power prices, and so they may move. They know that if they're going to stay, they have to become at a full retail rate and go up to a large power rate. So I can't answer if they're going to stay or not.
Yeah, so it's no big deal for them to move around. There's no big cost for them.
No, that's why they really like this building, because it gives them security. It's fairly easy to adapt, to be able to move into this building. Bill Eckler's tickled with the lease, so.
Councilman Legman.
If I'm reading all this right, we stand to make money on this deal then.
So there are margins built into this rate. Plus, like I said, there are losses we won't incur with this rate.
Right.
That we currently incur today.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff? Councilwoman Ganem?
No, you're asking to suspend and make it final reading tonight. Is that due to the business wanting to get started? Or
Yes, he would like to sign the lease. He knows it's contingent upon this getting amendment in the rate, the agreement being approved. And so, yeah, he's ready to get going. It'll take him about 6 months to get up to speed at full 10 megawatts. And so, yes, that's why.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Any comments from the public? Any comments from council? Councilman Yerger?
So I think I just have one, if I understood everything that you were saying. This originally we were going to do special rates. I think, because we were trying to do specifically Tech Park, and we talked about that location. Now these rates will be applicable for this kind of service all over town, wherever they want to locate. This isn't something that we're doing specifically now for Tech Park or Tech Park jobs, or it's just a power load capacity thing for anybody, regardless of where they want to build. These are the rates.
Yeah.
And then they're subject to negotiation further.
It's
as we're
subject to
gonna see on the
negotiation.
next
It wasn't always designed for the Tech Park. I mean, we kind of identified that park as a data center, but again, it's just not going to come about. So anywhere in town.
Any other comments from council? First thing we need would be a motion to introduce and hold first reading. Councilman Jensen,
I'll make the motion to introduce and hold first reading of ordinance 5564.
Councilman Legban,
I'll second that.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
We'll now have first reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, establishing rate schedules for electricity consumed by customers of the municipal electric system, defining terms, repealing ordinance number 5511, and all other ordinances are parts of ordinances in conflict with this ordinance, providing when the rate schedules are effective, and providing when this ordinance shall be in full force and effect on first reading.
Now I take a motion to suspend rules and hold final reading. Councilman Gibson. Councilman Jensen,
I will second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Now have final reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, establishing rate schedules for electricity consumed by customers of the municipal electric system, defining terms, repealing ordinance number 5511, and all other ordinances are parts of ordinances in conflict with this ordinance, providing when the rate schedules are effective, and providing when this ordinance shall be in full force and effect on final reading.
Thank you. Cast your final vote, please.
The ordinance is approved 7-0, Mayor.
Moving on to item 24, motion to approve economic development rate agreement with a data center company for a non-firm interruptible 3-year term for up to 10.5 megawatts of power. This time we'll have staff report.
Mayor, City Council, Brian Newton. Couple of changes. If you go to the agreement on section 2.43 and 2.44, it's on page 443 of the packet. We're asking you to change, and right the first couple words, it says on the 5th day, we're asking you to change that to the 30th day on both of those, 2.43 and 2.44. Just basically, it says that instead of 5 days, we'll have 30 days to send notice of non-compliance. So legal's okay with that. Other than that, there are no changes. What you see in the agreement is what we're recommending. So I'll take any questions.
Any questions for staff?
Oh, I might point
go
out
ahead.
too, if on page 450, 12.1, there will be a contribution aid to construction where they're locating on Airport Road. We're going to have to expend some dollars to make that 13.8 transmit or distribution line stronger for that 10 megawatts. We estimate that about 100,000. You can see they're going to make an upfront payment of 25,000, and then we're going to invoice the balance of the cost, whatever it costs to upgrade that line. So. And I'll take any questions.
Any questions? Councilman Yerger?
I just have one. It's kind of a curiosity question, I guess, because now that we passed the previous ordinance, the section that you're invoking is the piece that says we can go in section 8, I think, and develop specific contract rates. And that's what we're doing now in this one, right?
Yeah, in that section 8, it says it was by agreement only. That rate applies only by agreement. Therefore, only customers that have a signed agreement like this agreement are
Right.
eligible for that.
Right. So I'm just curious. So if I'm doing my comparisons right, the rate schedule that we just approved was 806 and 1408 per kilowatt hour and 0.0433 cents and 0.0491 cents. And the new contract that we're proposing here is the $7 and a $6 kilowatt rate and a 32 per kilowatt summer and winter rate. And I'm just curious as to the rationale that went behind further discounting of the rates.
No, if you look back in that
Did I
ordinance.
compare to the wrong table?
Yeah, if you look back in the ordinance that we just passed under section 8. we'll Find it. It says there is no rate in there. It says.
Well, I know there isn't in section 8, but I
Yeah.
was assuming that section 7 rates
No.
would apply unless you were negotiating something different.
No, only section 8 applies only, and it's by agreement only.
Oh, so there's no comparison to what we would have charged otherwise to any other customer. It's just we just sit down and
That's
talk.
correct. Yes,
All
that's
right,
correct.
thanks.
Any other questions for staff? Any comments from the public? Any additional comments from council? Councilman Jensen?
If there's no further comment, first I'll make the asked for amendments on page 443 to change 5th to the 30th in sections 2.4.3 and 2.4.4.
Councilman Sukram?
Second.
Cast your votes to amend.
Motion carries 7-0 to amend, Mayor.
Now I would take a motion to the amended economic development rate agreement with the data center company. Councilwoman Ganem.
I move to approve the amended economic development rate agreement with the data center.
Councilman Legband. Thank you. Cast your votes.
The motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Now moving on to item 26. An ordinance 5565 approving sale of Tech Park property to Slam Enterprises LLC, Total Fire, to build a new building for their business. This would be to introduce and hold first reading. At this time, we'll have staff report.
Mayor and City Council, Brian Newton, City Administrator. This follows with the other properties that we've been selling in the Tech Park. You will note in this agreement, they are committed to the same 32,000, but the discount is less. And so we've raised it so to net us 25,000. And so you can see the discount is not 12, it's 7,500. So we're doing as Councilman Yurger suggested. We've raised the price and we'll probably raise it again as we get on the next tranche of sale. This agreement includes the closing costs, which we failed to do in the last one. So we made that change. So this one's done. This particular lot has not been surveyed. If you look at the map, they're proposing to buy 3 lots. So a little over 3.3 acres along 29th Street. That is a large parcel. Tonight, I know you didn't forward the floor area ratio. It may affect this potential sale. Eric Lozo is here to talk about what he wants to do on this particular property and why he chose Fremont. Again, this is the first reading. We'll have to follow up. If you approve this tonight, we will follow up and ask to get it surveyed, to get a plat done. Jennifer can do this administratively. We'll get the plat done. We'll bring back to you before we come to the third and final reading. So, and Eric is here to answer questions.
Thank
Good
you.
evening.
Go ahead, state your name and address, please.
My name is Eric Lozo, 4623 North County Road 19. Eric Lozo, I'm the president of Total Fire and Security, Fremont, Nebraska, and a member of SLAM LLC. It's an LLC that the 4 owners of Total Fire put together to purchase this property and to build the building that Total Fire will be in. A little bit about our business I'd like to tell you. It doesn't sound like a lot of people really know who we are around here. We've been here going on 7 years. We started with 4 working owners July 2014. Since then, we've expanded into additional bays within leased properties as we've grown to over 23 employees at times. We're at 23 holding steady right now. These employees consist of technicians, apprentices, fire alarm and sprinkler engineers, along with sales, management, and admin personnel. Total Fire is actually becoming known as one of the leading life safety and security companies throughout the state of Nebraska. Since 2014, we've been very competitive in fire alarm security, access control, and CCTV markets. As a part of our growth strategy in 2019, we've decided to add to our total solution offering, and we opened a fire sprinkler division. With this addition, we're now one of very few life safety and security companies in the state of Nebraska that offer all of these services under one roof. This growth has forced us to look for property to allow us to build something with enough space to house all of our staff and all of our equipment. So we currently rent some warehouse space in Omaha and a couple storage units, potentially a couple. I know there's some, I'm not sure if we have multiple at this point. We're stashing stuff wherever we can. So for about the last year or so, we've been actively looking for property, and what we find is Fremont. It goes just as fast as it's listed, first of all, and it's at a pretty penny. It's a premium, and I understand why it's growing. So we started to lean more towards Douglas County and the Valley area, and we were looking at some properties for a couple reasons. One is closer to Omaha. Two, we have a partnering business in Omaha that we could maybe go under one roof and split some costs. And the biggest reason is the price per acre was significantly less than anything we could find around here. Sometimes as low as 16,000 an acre, and that would be right by Valley with utilities close by. So this was all until we met with the city and found out about these discounted price per acres to impact economic development in Fremont. And we were tickled about that because we really want to be in Fremont. This project's good for our community in multiple ways, as all of you know. It's not just about tax revenue, it's about creating jobs. A little bit about our growth. Since 2014, our revenues have grown significantly, and we need more space to keep growing. Since that time of opening with 4 employees in 2014, we're currently at 23 employees. Our jobs that we create are good paying jobs. It's not minimum wage jobs. And I'll speak openly about it. We've got licensed fire alarm technicians that can make anywhere from $28 to $35 an hour and up, depending on your experience. Our journeyman sprinkler fitters, $42 an hour wage. Those are good wages. Those are really good wages for our community. And growth means more jobs, and we're growing. We grow year after year. So on a final note, I love seeing the community grow. And as I get older, it's fun to be a part of it and to actually understand it. I see there's so much more benefit to a project like this to our community than just what's on the surface, what everybody seems to see. Oh, it's an expense, it's this and that. The long-term economic impact of this business development is what I'm looking at. LB 840 is what this is intended for, and that's what it should be used for, is economic development, keeping businesses at home, earning tax money for your community, bringing jobs home. So I appreciate your time this evening, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Councilman Yerger?
I don't have a question for the applicant, but I do have a question for the city administrator, I guess. Seeing that you've indicated we've changed from the $12,000 per lot to $7,500 essentially per lot, although in this case, we're buying 3 acres. I guess we're still discounting it. We're not discounting it by lot, we're discounting it by actually it's per job. That was originally, you had to commit 1 employee per job to get $12,000. And now you're going to commit an employee, but you're going to get $7,500 per acre.
No, I think it's.
Is that the way?
Yeah, 7,500 per acre. The last one was 12 per acre too. It
was per job. You had to commit to a job and you got your 12, you got your $12,000.
Look at Lavenders, it says per acre discount.
Well, it started out, if you contributed a job or whatever, to meet the 31 job commitment, you got your $12,000 discount. I'm curious as to how you arrived at the $7,500
So we're stepping it up next, at the next meeting. We'll have a study session before and we'll go through the math and we'll show you where we're stepping it up. So
This wasn't a calculated value, it's just, let's just set it at 7,500 per acre
again,
instead of
it's-
12,500.
we're stepping it up. And so
Well, I applaud you for increasing the price of what we were in essence doing. And I'm glad the applicant recognizes that we're selling these lots for a pretty significant reduction in cost based on what the citizens of Fremont actually have invested in that property. I still contend, even at this price, we're taking 50% loss, which is pretty significant. But I applaud what you're bringing to Fremont, don't get me wrong. And I know you already, you have a location down on First Street, right? Curiosity question, with all the things that you said that you had for additional storage besides what you're at on the First Street location and what you have in Omaha, what kind of a footprint would you say you would have if you'd been under one building in the first place? Any idea?
Yeah, go ahead.
So we didn't ever intend to grow this fast, first of all. We thought we could take over First Street Mall and that'd be enough. We've attempted that and it just doesn't work for what
Right.
we need. And what your original question is, what did we intend our original footprint to be? Well, we didn't know. Now we're looking at potentially a 10,000 square foot facility for just Total Fire. And then we would like to, and the reason for the 3 acres is we would like to add some flex space to bring other companies to town. I've got 2 of them one from La Vista, one from Omaha that already wants to move to town. One's got a t-shirt shop, wants to lease some space. One's got, I'm not sure which one. He's got a couple of businesses and he wants to bring one. One's a medical rental equipment. So there's the opportunity there and Fremont does not have available flex space. So that was our idea with buying more acres is to be able to add to that 31 jobs significantly by bringing other businesses into our little 3 acres.
I'm glad you mentioned that. So as you do that, would that be an expansion of the building that you're building for yourself? So it would look more like your First Street application, or would they be separate buildings once you resell?
However, okay, on the initial build, there will be some flex space on the end, but yes, I would like to do additional buildings eventually. Separate buildings, yes.
buildings
Mhm.
on the 3 acres that you're buying.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yep.
Excuse me. I do have one last thing. I know I was probably stopped, but my time wasn't up. It looks like you're being required in section paragraph D to provide 3 jobs. I think mathematically, if we were doing this accordance to all the other agreements, that really should only be 2 jobs. It's 31 jobs over 80 acres, 0.375 jobs per acre. 3.3 acres is 1.23 individuals rounded up because we don't have parts of people. That would be 2, not 3. And for that reason, I'd make a motion to amend this sale to reflect that in paragraph D.
Are there any other comments from council before we get to that? Staff, I mean, amending it is fine.
the applicant won't mind at all.
Okay, all right. Is there a second to amend to 2 jobs? Councilman Gibson,
I will second that.
cast your vote to amend.
Motion carries 7-0 to amend.
Now I would take a motion to hold first reading. Councilman Gibson,
I would make that motion to approve ordinance 5565 for first reading.
Councilman Jensen,
I will second that.
cast your votes.
Councilmember Ellis, it didn't record your vote. Thank you. Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
We'll now have first reading.
An ordinance pertaining to the sale and conveyance of real estate owned by the city of Fremont, Nebraska to Slam Enterprises LLC pursuant to Nebraska law on first reading.
Thank you. I want to thank you guys for your interest in Fremont and for starting this process and appreciate your investment into Fremont. So Moving on to item 27 would be a resolution 2021-050 approving a consulting agreement with Prohaska and Associates to study law enforcement building options.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Shane Weimer, Assistant City Administrator. In reference to the my staff report here, in November 2020, the City Council and, the city and the county voters rejected an $18 million joint law enforcement center proposal. However, since the vote didn't go through, the need for law enforcement buildings renovation is still there, and it's still a need for both the Sheriff's Department, Police Department. In January of 2021, it was determined by county and city officials to move forward with hiring a consultant to perform both existing law enforcement to do a study of both existing law enforcement structures to determine the following. And I have 5 points of reference that we want our consultant to do. The first one is the cost and feasibility of both the police department along with dispatch and the Sheriff's Department to remain at their current locations and to renovate and expand their existing programs. Basically, in a nutshell, we want the police department to stay where they're at, dispatch can stay where they're at, Sheriff's Department stay where they're at, and we're going to do a cost analysis study to see what it's actually going to cost to fix both buildings to meet the needs of both of those current structures, excluding having a jail added anywhere. Part number 2 is the cost of feasibility to renovate and expand the existing locations of the police department and dispatch into a joint law enforcement center to include the Sheriff's Department, which would also include space for a future jail. So what's that saying is that study and tell me if we can put a joint law enforcement center where the police department's at, keeping it centrally located downtown, and that you can put the Sheriff's Department, Police Department, and a jail in our current location where the police department's at. Reverse that and do the same thing on the next thing and tell me if we can do it at the Sheriff's Department's location. Can we put a police department or a joint law enforcement center with the Sheriff's Department and put a jail where the Sheriff's Department's at? The fourth one is a cost and feasibility study to build a new joint law enforcement center consisting of Fremont Police Department, PSAP or dispatch, and the Dodge County Sheriff's Department, which would include a future jail or green space, a separate location where you can actually put what's going to cost us to do all 3 of those, or to build a joint law enforcement center and to put a jail in. And lastly, to evaluate the conditions of both existing law enforcement buildings and identify the costs and improvements needed to continue just to actually do the day-to-day operations. Don't expand them, don't rebuild them, just fix them so we can move into next week. There's several things wrong with both buildings. I just need to know what it's going to cost to keep those buildings up and running for the next 4 or 5, 10 years moving forward, but not to expand them, just to continue living where we're at. The team of county and city officials recommended that Prohaska and Associates be selected to move forward with the study. Prohaska and Associates came into the lowest bid at the shortest turnaround time and has worked for the city of Fremont in the past. As you can see on my staff report, we had 5 different companies apply. Prohaska and Associates came in at $15,000. Their turnaround time was 12 to 14 weeks once a contract is signed. They'll also tell us how, if we decide to go a different direction, how we best pay for moving forward. If it's going to be a property tax increase, going to be sales tax increase, or if you're going to take $10 on my check every week to get it paid for. So I'll take any questions that you might have.
Councilman Sukram.
Yeah. I thought we've kind of done this already with the facility, the police department already, that the police department had already outgrown, and that building, even though it could possibly be renovated for something else, possibly, law enforcement was not able to handle that building renovated anyway. So even if you'd have cleaned it up, you still would have been outgrown your space. Am I understanding that right? We did this like in 2012 or 11, somewhere around there.
Correct. So you're referring to the study where We had several different studies, and one was to, and this was just the police department, not including the
Correct,
sheriff's department.
correct.
Police department was going to renovate its building, maybe expand onto the street. There was no room for parking. We did do that study and it came in at 8.5 million. I think that was in 2016, maybe.
I'm going a little back farther, maybe. I remember that number being
We-
like 6.7 or something.
Yeah, the original study was not to expand into the street and it was to build up. And that was a 5.5 or $6 million. Then they did another study to expand it into the street, to give you some parking. That was an $8.6 million study. So there have been several studies with just the police department, but that did not include the Joint Law Enforcement Center or include the sheriff's department. And it didn't include the addition of a jail. So yes, we did do that study.
But you need space for that.
Yes, so.
How are we gonna do that downtown? I mean, that's what you're hiring these folks for? Is it-
We're hiring these folks to tell us if you can do that. Now, when I say that location, does that mean that we take over John C. Fremont Park, or does that mean we acquire property around the police department? Maybe we close off streets because there's just not enough room, at least in Shane's small mind.
Yeah.
Maybe the architects will tell us differently. To be able to tear down or fix the building that we're currently in, to put a joint law enforcement center there, or to put a jail there. So we're asking them several different things, and one of them is just tell us what it's going to cost to stay there as a police department and fix the current structure so we can drink the water, so we can use the elevator, so we can use the boiler, so we can have a generator.
I guess my point is I feel like we've done that part of it already. Twice.
That is a portion of what I'm asking them to do,
Right.
yes.
Okay.
That's possibly why Prohaska's bid is where it is. They did those studies for us, so they're quite familiar with our
They-
project.
They will have a lot of this information already, because they've already talked to the sheriff's department, they've already talked to the police department. They're going to have to upgrade it. Well, I have the consultant on Zoom if you want to ask him those questions. I'm thankful that it's at where it's at. You know, it's $30,000 cheaper than anybody else. So certainly, I'm sure he'll answer questions if you want to ask him that. Okay.
Councilman Ellis?
Shane, I wonder, you've got the 5 different options there. I wonder if there's another option that we can look at. Very similar to what Buffalo County did. They brought their 2 police and sheriff together into one building. And that building would be our police station, renovate that. And that's what Buffalo County did. They renovated an old building, brought their police force there, and kept the jail at the county courthouse. So that could be another option that's not on your list here. Do you think that might be a feasible solution of keeping the jail at the county courthouse?
But yes, to answer your question, that could be a viable option, but you don't have a jail there now. You would have to
There
build.
was one there at one time, right?
Yes, but it's now reduced to just a holding facility, and
Sure, there would be renovations there.
Yeah, there would be a lot of renovations there. I don't even know if you could do it in that building anymore. I mean, you're looking at a 120 bed jail. It's possible, but I'm no architect. It's
Okay.
certainly that's probably something you could look at.
Well, I think I like that we're looking at all options, because I think that keeping our police and our sheriff downtown is crucial. It's going to show developers that we really do care about our downtown, and we're willing to spend, millions of dollars to renovate buildings to keep our police station downtown. And the jail is one of those questions, not in my backyard kind of thing.
Right.
So if you can put it in a downtown area where very much like Buffalo County did, it makes much better sense. So thank you very much.
You bet. Thank you for the questions.
Councilman Jensen?
I guess just the only question I have, when they go and look at costs, are they just looking at construction costs? Or like if they're looking at renovating currently occupied buildings, there's going to be a cost to relocating everybody for that period of time, and that a significant cost, I would imagine.
Well, that was not put in the bid. The only thing I asked them for was construction cost. That will be something that you're going to have to consider depending upon what you're looking at. You won't have to move anyone if the decision is to build new in a different location. And you'll only have to move one of the agencies. If it goes to the police department, you need to move the police department's agency out, the sheriff's department, move the sheriff's department's agency out. So it really depends on the direction that we go and the information that we get from them. And I'm excited to know how they perceive this was going to be paid for, because I don't know if anybody knows, why did the last one fail? Was it property tax? Would have it passed for a sales tax? Did people really want it downtown? And that's what inevitably decided. So I'm interested to find out what they're going to tell us in the end.
Councilman Yerger.
I'm curious as to who the city officials were that went through the bid analysis and sent out the original bids. Apparently wasn't the PSAP board completely that was involved with county. It was certain city representatives.
It
Were
was
PSAP representatives there or other city officials who did the work?
So I put out the RFP. The board that was put together to select this Prohaska's associates was the sheriff, the police chief, dispatcher Hoserland, Troy Shaben, and myself.
And this didn't go then back through discussion with the PSAP board or anything prior to this recommendation. It just came from the discussions with those folks in county. And this is what we got.
Correct.
Okay. I'm curious as to what we might have spent before. I noticed in the Prohaska bid that they note that they've done work for the city in the past.
Yes.
And what did we pay for the work that they did in the past? You recall? Ballpark?
15,000 each study.
And how many studies did they do?
Again, Kurt Feeler's online, but if I remember correctly, the first study was 15,000, and then we had them add to it on the first study, and I think if I remember correctly, it was an extra $5,000 to so our first study was staying at the police department and building it up a third floor. And then we changed it to, if we wanted to expand it, taking over Park Street. Then that was I think a little additional cost, but I'm almost certain it wasn't much. It was 15,000 is generally what they charge for all their studies.
Okay, so but if they did a $5,000 adder, there may be $20,000 worth of work that they've already conducted in the past relative to associated with this project.
Dating back probably to 2013, and Kurt can correct me on that.
Okay, and with regards to the jail aspect, and in their bid notice, there was an indication that the jail would require some special work because of the design requirements or whatever, and that might be, quote, another $15,000.
Yeah,
standard fee if they have to do that work, but that's not in their bid.
Right. So
Correct.
I didn't ask them to tell me what a jail would cost. I just asked them to tell me if there was sufficient space and the ability to put a jail in these locations. So if we wanted to.
And maybe, excuse me, but maybe I just need to understand what additional work did they needed to do relative to what they put in their memo that said, well, you might have to conduct a special study just for the jail. Is that special study outside of what you asked them to do in your list of consider a jail location? And even with that, there are additional parameters they'd have to look into or engineer or whatever, that would be another 15,000, because that's the way it sounded to me, like it would be another 15 if they had to do some special things for this jail.
And again, I would lean on Kurt Fielder, who's on Zoom, to be able to explain that part. But we're just asking him from our study for this 15,000 is a jail feasible to put in any of these locations space wise? And we asked him to estimate 120 bed jail. Now, in reference to your question, if we want them to define more of a construction of a jail, that's probably going to cost more money, yes.
Okay. The reason I'm asking for that is I'd kind of like to ascertain whether or not in the proposal for the $15,000 bid compared to the others, if in fact, since they indicated in their proposal that they're relying on prior work, if that's worth, say, 20K, that puts their bid up to $35,000 effectively because they're relying on work other people had to do from scratch. And then if there's another $15,000 that you have to do for special jail, but the other bidders actually took that into account already because they knew that those parameters existed when you said figure out for a jail, you add that to that as well. And now it becomes a question as to, well, other than for the reliance on prior business, were they the lowest bidder because the other folks had to put in a bid from scratch versus they're relying on something in. And I'm just curious, is that how this essentially worked? It looks like they're going to get to rely on prior work in order to do their bid.
But I would, and I'll phrase this as, I would challenge you on that analysis is because you've already spent your 15,000. You're not getting that back.
Right.
And this study is going to cost us 15,000 more. If we go ahead with the jail, the analysis of that, then I would have to rewrite a new RFP and then allow the other companies to bid on that. And their bid may be the same or it may be higher. I didn't ask them to do that. Everyone had the same RFP to be able to bid on the same thing.
That's fine.
Is Haska and Associates in the driver's seat because they've done some of this work before? Yes, that's the nature of the business. Unfortunately, the other companies didn't get the previous business and they probably wish they should have or could have.
Yeah, I understand. So the only last question that I have is when it comes to the jail, and we're asking for all of these to consider whether or not to build a jail and whether it's 125 or whatever the capacity is that going to be a joint shared expense as well? They indicated that between county and city, or is the jail county? And will they foot the bill for the extra if we have to do $15,000 more in special study? Is that a county expense or a shared expense between the two parties?
So if we want to go out for the jail bid, that's completely on the county. The city does not foot the bill on the county jail. The county jail is built. That's also on the county. The city is only responsible for the police department and its workings. And again, like the Joint Law Enforcement Center, we were taking up a larger footprint. So our cost was a little more, but we weren't spending our money on the sheriff's department. And in this study, you can see that it's 50-50 right down the line because we both want to know that information. We both want to know if these options are open to us. And both of us are going to end up going to the voters to say, hey, they may be going to the voters, or if we keep our partnership together, we're going to go to the voters together to say, this is the best avenue of approach, but we don't know that information until we get it.
Okay. Just looking to see if it was 50-50 on the 15 that you're currently have on the accepted proposal versus another 50-50 on additional 15,000 if we have to, or that all goes to the county. That's all I was trying to clear up.
Yes, that would be the county's expense.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kurt. Do you want to add, if you're on Zoom, please, to this discussion? Kurt, if you're on, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Do you have a specific question or is there, shall I just add if there's something?
Why don't you just speak to the work you did before and the work you're doing now? And then go, maybe if you just briefly talk about the options and what, maybe a timeline.
Yeah, I think we agreed to your timeline. The timeline that's in there is not difficult for us. The previous studies that we did, I would just say we became very familiar with the existing building there. The time we spent looking at the future potential joint facility gave us quite a bit of familiarity with the sheriff's department and jail building, but not near as much. So we're counting on the fact that we have that extra familiarity to help us a little bit with costs. The other item that Mr. Yerger was referring to was a needs assessment that we do for counties because the Nebraska jail standards requires that to decide what your bed count should be. When we do that needs assessment, we typically look out projected 20 years, 30 years to see what your potential bed count would be then. That's typically timed to a bond period, repayment period. With the idea that you not want to go back for more space, or you're not transport people as you're doing now within that 20-year period. Because that's required, we offer that as a $15,000 cost. That's something that our firm has done for every single county jail in the state and in Iowa as well. And so we think that you might be compelled to do that before you had a reasonable bed count, but we're not suggesting that we can't work within your parameters should you not accept that. We can do this $15,000 study because we look at these things as an opportunity to eventually do a basic services project with you. And we do these kind of studies all the time. So does that answer your question, sir?
I'm fine with that for me. Does anybody else have any questions for Kurt? Councilman Yerger.
I just have one. I was interested if you have any recollection in your prior study work as the consultant for the city before, what locations you might have considered in those prior studies, since you may find other locations or whatever in what you're doing currently. I mean, just curious as to which ones you might have investigated previously in your work, if you recall.
The only other, towards the end of our last effort, we looked at the Jaeger Street property. That was the Greenfield site. That was, we were asked to consider if all the parking and combined square footage of the two facilities would fit on that. We did that very conceptually, but of course it's a big property. So our conclusion was at that level, it would handily fit. Otherwise, my recollection was we did maybe 3 studies where we consistently tried to eke out a little more space at the existing building. We didn't look and I toured several of us in our office toured the sheriff's office and met the sheriff and a lot of his staff. So we're familiar with that building, but we didn't include it in the study.
Thank you, Kurt.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments from the public at this point? Seeing none, any additional comments from council? Councilman Jensen.
If there's no additional comments, I will make a motion to approve resolution 2021-050.
Councilwoman Ganem,
Second the motion.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Moving on to item 28, our 2020 audit report presentation. So Jody, if you can hear me, the floor is yours. Jody, go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, good, good. So I introduced myself, Jody Sanders, Director of Finance for the City of Fremont. The 2020 audit is finally done. The report that was included in the agenda, you will note, had a draft watermark on it. We have for you tonight the final version that will be filed with the state in the morning. We have Chris Linder here from BKD. He's the partner that was in charge of our audit, here to go over, the audit results, if you will. I can speak to a little bit of the financial results, but I'm also mindful of the time that we're discussing this tonight. So, excuse me, with that, I'll turn it over to Chris.
Okay, thank you, Jody. Good evening, council, mayor and council. Hopefully everybody hear me okay. If not, let me know. But Chris Linder, I'm a partner with BKD, and had the pleasure of working with the folks there at the city now. I believe this would be my third or fourth year now working with Jody and the team there at City Hall, and just want to cover some things with you. Again, like Jody mentioned, we'll touch on things fairly briefly tonight. But again, knowing the importance of the audit and the results, if there are any questions, whether that be tonight or as a follow-up, Jody can pass along my contact information. I'd be happy to have a conversation if you have any questions for me after today. So first off, I just want to thank Jody and her team there at the city. In 2019, as we were kind of finishing up, we had the floods. Last year, as we were finishing up, is really when the pandemic kind of started. And then this year, we are still kind of looking at things from a remote environment. So the 2020 audit was a fairly remote. We were actually able to be on site for a little bit for some of the testing, but for the most part, a completely virtual, completely remote audit, other than being able to spend a few days there with the folks looking and vouching some documentation that we needed to. So appreciate the efforts of Jody and her team. And as we'll kind of touch on, the results are positive from a audit results, and then covering just some of the financial highlights very briefly. So the final document here, like Jody mentioned, that the document that received in the packet was in draft form. There were no significant changes as we're finishing up our review. So in addition to myself and my team, we have other reviewers in our firm from a technical standpoint, look at things, propose some minor wording language and some disclosures, but nothing that would have changed the numbers from what you would have seen last week. So definitely, if you look at that draft and you look at things from a financial results, those numbers would not have changed from that draft. So what Jody has pulled up here is our opinion. So obviously, you look at the audit process, the audit results, and say, okay, what does that mean to us? This is our opinion that we place on the financials. So our objective is to state whether the financial statements are in accordance with GAAP, if they follow those accounting principles or not. So this is an unmodified or a clean opinion, meaning that the financial statements of the city are in accordance with GAAP. And again, for a governmental entity. So understanding that what you see in the city's financial statements is not going to be comparable to something you see maybe in a private sector enterprise or others, because the accounting rules are going to be different there. What we won't, and again, they're near the back of this document. And so if you have a chance later on, you guys can go back and look at that. There are two other opinions as well. So in addition to the opinion that Jody has pulled up here, because of the city being a political subdivision of the state, and because of the federal awards it expends, we also do an audit in accordance with government auditing standards. And so what that means is looking at things from an internal control over financial reporting standpoint. And if we had any instances of non-compliance, or if we had any significant control issues or control findings, that separate opinion in the back would state that. So if you were to flip to that, you would notice that opinion does not have any findings or any what are considered material weaknesses or significant deficiencies are not included in that opinion. So kind of in a sense included a cleaner and unmodified opinion as well. And then in addition to that, because this year, the level of expenditures of federal awards and mainly for 2020 related to dollars spent for the airport improvement program for some capital expenditures there, a federal or a single audit was required as well for 2020. That's something that hasn't been required for several years for the city. And so what that really is in addition to looking at the numbers, we look at things from a compliance standpoint. So looking at the grant agreement, looking at the aspects of that. Are the dollars being spent like they should? Are they being spent on the items that the grant would require? Looking at things from a reporting standpoint, there are a lot of reports that have to be submitted as the city spends and monitors those dollars. So making sure all of that's getting done in accordance with the grant. So the opinion here Jody has is that the one in accordance with the government auditing standards, and then the next one then would be the one I'm referencing right now in relation to compliance. And so noting that in here, we don't have anything from a non-compliant standpoint. So again, noting that this opinion would be considered a clean opinion as well. So from a financial statement standpoint and a compliance standpoint, we felt the city wasn't in compliance, or we would give both of those items a clean opinion. Kind of getting through the document again, won't touch on things, in depth a lot. Obviously, looking at the report itself, Jody and her team drew draft this. It's a lengthy report. When you first look at it, it's 70+ pages if you count all the opinions and other schedules. So it can be a pretty intimidating document to open and say, well, I'm going to read cover to cover. So if you only have maybe 10 or 15 minutes and aren't able to get through the whole document, a few pages in is the management's discussion and analysis. And this is a good, what I kind of consider a layman's read of the financials. So it looks at things more from a condensed or a summarized version of the financials on a pretty high level. And then it also compares those items from year to year. So you can look at things at the end of 2020 and look at things from a financial activity for 2020, and then also say, okay, what's the same information for last year? And so you can draw a little bit of comparison, whereas the financials themselves really just look at the 1 year. And so you say, that's fine. I see how we're sitting at the end of 2020, or I see what we did activity-wise for 2020, but I don't really have a lot of comparison to prior year to tell me, how does that compare to what we've done in the past? So this does provide a little bit of that, year-over-year comparison, as well as the narrative of if things changed, a little bit of discussion of maybe what caused some of those significant fluctuations. So again, if you only have a short amount of time to get through the financials, this is a good section for that. The financial statements themselves, just to maybe note, are made up of various components. Jody, maybe I'll have you just turn to the kind of the consolidated, or what we call the government wide. And this has been looking at really everything from the city together. And so you have governmental activities, which are your activities that are principally supported by taxes and other fees, where your business type are going to be the city's utility funds. So your electric, water, sewer, and gas are considered what you call your business type activities. And so it breaks them down into those two columns. And then what follows this then is then taking that activity, like I mentioned, and breaks it down by fund. And so you can see individual fund wise, what did we do from a revenue expense standpoint, breaking it down, like I mentioned, for the electric, water, sewer, and gas funds, you can look at the specific, activity for those funds rather than, that consolidated presentation, having everything together. The one thing maybe I'll just note here, for any city, the general fund on this governmental fund page is what they kind of consider the main operating fund of the city. So this is the, where the fund that principally most of the taxes come into, and most of the discretionary and other general spending of the city comes out of. So you can kind of see of that fund, how's it sitting. And then from a rating agency standpoint and from a GFOA best practice standpoint, they're going to look at that, your fund balance, or your residual, your equity at year end. So what, all of our assets, minus our liabilities, what's that residual? And so you can see for the general fund, you have just shy of about 18 million of that. But then more importantly, of that, what's the kind of the unrestricted, or here for the governmental term, the unassigned. And so that's the portion of the fund balance that's the city's able to use that for obligations at its discretion. It's not restricted to be held to be used for debt service or other purposes. The city has the ability to kind of use that as they need on obligations as they arise. So looking at that from a fairly healthy level year over year. So noting that your fund balance may be high, but that having that unassigned or that unrestricted piece at a healthy level is definitely important for any government. Any questions on the financial statements themselves? Jody, anything you want to add specifically on the numbers here? Okay, if not, just moving on. So following the financials, I mentioned that the financials then show everything, by fund. And then following that is many pages of footnotes, and the footnotes then provide kind of the support of the financials. So you look at the financials, there's a lot of line items, there's a lot of balances. You may look and say, well, I'm not sure exactly what that is. The footnotes provide the detail behind that. The only footnote I'll just maybe note, in one that I actually discussed with the Combined Utilities Board this afternoon, was the long-term debt footnote on PDF page 42 there, Jody. And the only reason I bring this one up is for any government, the long-term obligations is always an important thing to look at, just from kind of the concept of intra-period equity and understanding that, a lot of times you may have, bodies of governance, councils and boards that say, well, we want to be debt-free, where, a little bit of leverage is kind of a healthy thing for any organization, because it allows you to, issue some of that debt to finance large projects that are going to be paid over several years. And so knowing, okay, when we incur that debt, and every government does, this footnote then details, what debt is out there. And then also what Jody's got pulled up here is the maturity of that debt. So looking at broken down between the governmental debt, which is really principally supported by taxes, and the business type debt, which is supported principally by the rates for that utility service that'll come in over the next 20, 30 years, and saying, okay, what is the debt service necessary to meet those obligations? So in each given year how much we'll need to bring in from a tax and a rate standpoint to be able to meet the debt service requirements that we have. So that really is the only note I wanted to touch on from a just one that I mentioned to all my governmental clients, just to they understand what type of debt is there, and looking at that from a obviously not just what's there at your end, but what's the future obligations of that over the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years. Other than that, I was going to touch on the other document, is our audit communication letter. Before we move to that, I guess any other questions on the financial report or the audit report itself?
Councilman Legman.
Yeah, I think my question is more for Jody.
Okay.
You're muted, Jody.
I'm not now.
Okay. In the UIB meeting this afternoon, someone asked you about how did we lose 800,000 from the state? Can you refresh me and tell me how we're losing 800,000 from the state?
I can explain that conversation, but it really isn't part of the audit itself, because that is something that we've been made aware of for the 2022 budget year. And this is covering the 2020 financials. But the gist of the situation with that is the property tax relief that was worked through the budget for 2020 and 2021 resulted in a reduced levy to our citizens for just the city alone. And to the point where our levy was below the state average. In addition, as we all know, that we had a great property valuation increase. I believe it was 28%. So we had basically more chances available to the city to impose property tax to our citizens. We chose not to do that as a city council. It was decided that we would use reserves and keep the levy lower. And by doing so, basically the state took a look at that, and they have a formula that's very specific about, is your levy less than the statewide average? And do you have evaluation increase that you really didn't kind of take credit for? And for us, the answer was yes to both. So we'd been averaging around between $800,000 and $900,000 a year in municipal aid. And in 2022, the amount that's been reported for the city of Fremont is $80,000. So
that is what's the benefit? That we're going to stay with the evaluations low for next year, or is in the future, is that going to hurt us or help us?
It will likely cause us to be behind in trying to address the needs of our growing population. Because if the legislature passes the proposed adjustment to how much you can increase your levy in any given year to 3%, we will be needing to look at other revenue sources because we won't be able to kind of catch up, if you will, in terms of our property taxes because we're being constrained in that way.
So I'm a little confused. And why did we do it?
It was the will of the council at the time.
The whole council voted on that?
Yes, it was part of the budget process.
Okay, all right.
Councilman Yerger.
I just have a couple of questions, I guess, on the kind of the summary that we just went through. And I don't know what page it is in the packet. In the hard copy of the management's discussion, it's on page 8. And so in those last paragraphs under governmental funds, it listed several things that are in the unassigned and restricted areas. So my first question is, when we removed the viaduct project from our vision during the course of several months past, did that money go into unrestricted or unassigned funds, or where did that go? It was a couple $1 million, as I recall.
The amount that had been kind of reserved for that would have been left in the restricted for street improvements.
So it's in
because the
$4
funding for
million?
that would have, I'm sorry?
It's in the $4 million?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then at the bottom of the page, there's a reference to unassigned fund balance represents 42% of the general fund expenditures. And I'm curious as to that percentage and what's typical. That's really great. It's you know, is there some uniqueness to being 42% of general fund expenditures that gives us great comfort?
In my opinion, I would say yes. Chris, would you care to weigh in on kind of what you see across other communities?
We're working with other municipalities in Nebraska. 40, and again, I don't want to say 40% is the golden rule, but that's been kind of the bar that a lot of the communities that we work with, get to. They want to look at that from a you look at that percentage, but then they also say, well, how many months of cash does that represent? If our funding was to be cut short or be delayed, how many months of obligations could we make with the resources we have? So that 40% kind of represents, obviously it's not a full 6 months, but it's a little more than a few months as well. The GFOA best practice is to have 2 to 3 months. And so, you have governments that strive to maybe hit just that minimum target. But I see here in the Midwest, especially in Nebraska, that, having that 4 to 5 months or on that 40% is kind of the norm of the communities that we see.
Okay. And then my last question, I guess, that I'll ask tonight, you're right, this is an extensive document. We could spend a lot of time on this alone, which I know we don't want to do tonight. So I just wanted to ask on page 10, where we're listing the other significant additions, construction work in progress and the like, and they're all listed out there. In case we use these for future reference, I'm curious as to whether or not these amounts that are listed here, there's at least, I think, 4 of those that probably have reimbursements coming from other players that agreed to help pay for some of these costs. And so I'm wondering, are these values gross or net of those contribution assistance payments?
For the way that we've reported these would be gross without those reimbursements offsetting.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any intentions of spending any additional time on this document other than we can chew on it at our leisure, but won't be with expert help and advice of you, Jody, or the auditor?
Well, as Chris mentioned, you're welcome to contact him with questions as well as myself. I guess I would leave it up to the mayor and Brian if there'd be a desire to kind of go over it a little bit more in a study session, perhaps, in that kind of environment. We could do something like that. I mentioned that a council member had asked about, kind of recapping what the situation was with the changes they had a comparison from the prior year for this paragraph, which, you know, when Chris was talking about this is in a more readable way to look at it. This is essentially the fund balance that you see on the statement of net assets. And I have that in a already kind of written out form. I could go ahead and forward that to council members to kind of talk about the changes in these different groups, if that would help out.
Well, I don't know how the rest of the council feels about wanting to spend more time on this. I just know that between the time we received these documents and tonight's meeting, for the length of this document, to formulate any questions or insight was pretty difficult, given the amount of time I'm sure that went into preparing this document. In retrospect, coming up with questions in the amount of time we had would probably take some more work, or we could dialogue it as we go on the fly if we were having more of a study session, and that's why I asked. So thanks for considering it.
Councilman Ellis.
I'd just reiterate that, it would be nice to have a study session or a committee that could dive through this and understand it. I've been looking at this document over the weekend, and there's just a lot of questions, but I don't want to, you know, waste everyone's time right now and at this hour. So in the future, I'd just soon see this kind of stuff sitting in a study session. Not every councilman would have to come if they don't want to, but it would be good to have Jody's ear and be able to discuss it at a council. So, thank you.
Councilwoman Ganem.
I would also concur with that because I have a lot to learn as well, too.
I appreciate the comments from council. I'll definitely take that into consideration. I do know we're coming up on a budget cycle. And so I know that we'll be having lots of these discussions, digging into these numbers, right, Jody?
Yes, sir.
Lots of study sessions and as we work for our 2-year budget. The only thing, just basic what I found, I'm a pretty simple guy. I mean, I look at assets, liabilities, and then a couple other areas. And I'll just make note. I mean, on page 6, you know, if you look at compared to 2019 to 2020, our net position increased both in the governmental activities and the utilities by a combined about $15 million. So if you're looking at assets over liabilities, we're up over 19 from 20, $15 million. So that's a good thing. And if you go also to page 7, I would note, if you go to me, an example of the health of a community when it comes to the economy is sales tax revenue. Where are you at with sales tax? That's the most variable. That gives you the most heartbeat of where your economy's at. I think in the prior budget, we budgeted for 19 and 20 at $7.2 million of sales tax revenue. If you look on page 7 and look at 19, you got 7.9 million. And then you look at what we did this year at 8.3. That's in a pandemic, dealing with COVID. Our economy here in Fremont locally remains strong and stronger than what we probably thought going into the year. So, and all in all, when you look at our net position, when you look at where we're at with our sales tax revenue, which I think is the best heartbeat of where your economy's at. I mean, Fremont right now is in a good position. And that's not me going through this in detail. That's just me taking a broad view of a lot of things, because I agree, when you're dealing with looking at a balance sheet in a business and a government, it's a lot different. So anyway, those are my 2 cents on that.
You know, as you're talking about that, one of the things that I would mention also is the financial statements that you receive on a quarterly basis are on the cash basis. By the time we get to rolling things together to get to the government-wide look, it's nearly on an accrual basis. Some of the things that happened during the year, for example, FEMA, we recognized a fair amount of FEMA dollars from the 2019 flood. Even though we expended a lot of that money in 19, we couldn't count the revenue coming in from FEMA until those projects had been obligated. We still have more projects that are, I think we have 2 that still are not quite obligated yet. So that those funds will fall into 2021. And shortly after the end of the fiscal year, we issued, council approved, and we issued bonds for the highway allocation pledge bonds. So when you're, for example, looking at what our balance is in the street fund at the end of the year, it's looking a little bleak. Street funds in the second column here. We're down to 1.6 million. We have the bond issue coming back in that will offset a lot of that. I mean, we'll have the debt as well, but this will just show an additional $7 million coming in to help supplement this amount, the way these financials are reported, the presentation that's here. And so there's some timing, the same with the auditorium bonds, the timing on that, you'll see that come through in the general fund on next year's audit.
Thank you, Jody. Councilman Ellis.
One last question that the mayor brought up is sales tax. Jody, recently online marketing or online stores have started charging sales tax in Nebraska. What portion of that is actually the increase here? I know my family has attributed to Amazon quite a bit, and with those sales taxes going to Amazon, they're eventually going to make it back to Fremont. So how much of that is actually that portion of it?
We don't get that information, but I can request it from the state for them to give us a kind of a snapshot of over the last year, what's been the mix on that.
Because didn't that recently just get started?
No, I think this is the second full year of it. I think 2020 was the second full year of that.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Jody. Thank you, Chris. Is there any comments from the public regarding the audit? Seeing none, is there any comments from council?
I just want to compliment Jody and her team for another fantastic job. I mean, our accounting department and finance department is just rock solid. You can see the results. I mean, I'm really proud of Fremont's growth. I'm really proud of what we're doing, but Jody's team makes it all come together.
Thank you, Brian.
I second that. Maybe can we vote on that? I think it'd be 8-0-7-0. All right, I would take a motion to receive the 2020 audit report presentation.
Just one more thing that I think
Councilman Gibson.
I will make that motion. We accept the audit.
Councilman
Excuse
Jensen.
me.
I will second.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Jody, did you say something there?
Yes, we were, Chris, I think, wanted to touch base on the audit communication letter. It is addressed to those charged with governance.
Yep, and I can go real quick, and it hopefully won't change your minds on the votes. It's more just some summary information. So real quick, the letter in this you guys, the council does not have a copy of. You'll get a copy of this. This kind of summarizes the audit process, the scope and objectives, and this is something you've seen before in the past. I won't cover this in detail as well. It just touches on some various. There are under the audit standards some required communications, and so. Rather than just do them verbally, we like to have them in writing so that you've got something in front of you there. So, you can look through those. It goes through, various items of the financials. So it points out various things there. The few things I'll note here in this letter, as part of our audit process, we have to look at and test internal controls. We do that from a risk assessment standpoint, and then also as part of that government auditing standards opinion that I mentioned. So we look at things from a segregation of duties standpoint. So knowing, if Jody was, a one-person shop and had control to do everything well, we'd have an issue with that. So knowing that there's other controls and checks and balances there in finance helps the segregation of duties. And then we also look at things from a misstatement standpoint. So if we came in and had material adjustments to the financials, if Jody and her team provided us financials and we had to make significant changes, we'd have to look and say, well, there's some controls that should have caught that or prevented that. And so we didn't have anything from a segregation of duties or a material misstatement standpoint that required mention in this letter. So you don't see something in this letter that says we didn't have any, we can't put that in writing if we don't have something of that nature. But I can verbally tell you that we did not have anything from a control finding or a control deficiency standpoint that we thought warranted being mentioned specific in this letter. So again, kudos to Jody and her team there at the city for, even with a kind of a small team being able to get everything done with just the volume of transactions that I know go through finance. And then the last at the end of this letter, just some other matters we mentioned. The only comment that I'll touch on is just something that I know the city's already working on, and that's related to implementing some new policies and procedures, and really more specifically some policies. And so we've had kind of a comment, and some of this has been some verbal comments we've made to Jody and the team there over the years as part of the audit process of saying, even some of the policies you have, looking at updating them or refining them. I know the council's already, voted and approved on a conflict of interest policy, and I know there are some others in the works. So I from our standpoint, we think that's a great thing to continue on. It helps from a governance standpoint. It helps from also others looking at the city from just a prudence and diligence standpoint. So, good work on what you've done so far, but definitely keep up the good work in those policies, because that'll definitely help you in the future. So that's all I have on the letter. Again, not to take too much. I know we've just hit the 11 o'clock time, so I'll wrap up my piece.
Okay. Moving on, I know there was a request from legal. Did we find anything in regards to that?
The only issue that would be since there's nothing left on the agenda and there's nothing regarding a reconsideration on the agenda, I think it'd be an Open Meetings Act issue.
I disagree, and I appeal that ruling because I believe, and I don't have to put it in front of me, we've looked this up before, and within the meeting, I think I'm well within my right to bring it up back in discussion, especially when we're just authorized payment. It's going to exceed what the bid price was.
You mean the 220,000 rather than the 216,000?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a corrective issue that can be made.
Well, I'd like to correct it before we actually put the contract out and pay the people. I mean, we need to do it tonight.
Well, the council won't need to reduce the amount that's been authorized.
Yes, and we need to vote on that because we voted to pay them 220.
You voted, you authorized to pay
Let's,
them that
let's,
amount.
based on your advice, we need to take a vote to adjourn. If that does not go through, I don't want to violate the Opens Meeting Act, and that's
Yeah.
our legal advice.
To reconsider. yeah.
So
That is
I would
wrong.
take a motion to adjourn. Councilman Jensen,
I will make the motion to adjourn.
Councilman Legband. Cast your votes.
Motion to adjourn fails.
Okay. What item? Do we have to do an item?
It was item 8, resolution 2021-044. The resolution statement in the last paragraph needs to be changed from an amount of $220,000 to 216,119.
So let's take a motion to reconsider, and item 8. So is that's a motion to reconsider item 8. Is there a second to reconsider item 8 of today's agenda? Councilman Ellis? Okay. So vote to reconsider item 8.
Motion carries 5-2.
Item 8, resolution 2021-044, accepting and awarding the bid to CR Men Concrete LLC for the 2021 pavement rehab project.
You want to give staff report? Dave?
Dave's not on anymore.
I would
so,
say, you know,
Was this an error? Is that what it is in the dollar amount?
yes.
All right, so I don't think there's any staff. I mean, it's just an error. So Councilman Yerger found it, so.
Okay. So we need to, is there any comments from the public? Is there any other comments from council? If none, I would take a motion to amend the resolution 2021-044 to reflect the new dollar amount, which is
200,000, 216,119.
216,119.
That's the bid price.
Is that your motion, Councilman Yerger?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second? Councilman Ellis, can you unmute? Been motion and seconded. Is there cast your votes?
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
We don't need to vote for the amended resolution, or we do? Okay, I'd take a vote for the amended resolution, 2021-044. Councilman Yerger. If you want to make the motion.
Sure, I'll make the motion.
Okay,
Sorry.
you're fine. Is there a second? Councilwoman Ganem,
I'll second the motion.
vote on the amended resolution 2021-044.
Thank you very much. Motion carries 7-0.
Now I take a motion to adjourn. Councilman Gibson,
So moved to adjourn.
Councilwoman Ganem. Cast your votes to adjourn.
Motion carries 7-0.
We are adjourned.